actually like when we go to the family gatherings, I'm like one of three white boys, you know. Everybody else is Mexican, Spanish descent, and so they're pretty big. You know, like the last one was, I don't know, I think we had 180 people at the family gathering. Anyways, he was really into gang activity a lot. You know, we knew he was. He spent some time in jail, you know, doing some bad stuff, possession of firearms, selling drugs. So, you know, he'd just been out recently for a little while, for about 10 months. And this is you know, he would go everywhere from Laredo all the way up to Del Rio, doing his thing. And we all knew he was, you know, trouble sometimes. And I hadn't seen him since last summer when we had a big family barbecue. But yeah, they found him dead, shot in an apartment complex in Del Rio. 4 times shot. Once in the throat, 3 in the chest. Probably because, you know, he probably screwed somebody over or didn't you know, meet their needs. We got the call early this morning, like at 3:30 a.m. Well, my wife called me after they called her. Don't know when the funeral is yet. So yeah, it's kind of hard on us. I mean, we just lost a cousin, but just a natural causes. I mean, not natural. I mean, he had cancer, but yeah, it's kind of hard. You know, I hadn't seen him in, you know, like the past year since last summer, but then after that, you know, before that, it was just a few times over the past couple of years because he was locked up quite a bit. But you know, I'll still miss him. You know, he was only 23, but yeah, so I'm gonna miss him. You know. Thank you guys for everything.
Well, keep us posted, and you know, if you want, keep us posted. We're all here for you.
Yeah, so just everybody be safe. Hug the ones you love. You may not see him again.
Yeah. You know, I always try to make sure that I don't go to bed angry. I always try to make sure that you know, you always hug and kiss and tell those that you love them before going to school or work or out and about. Yeah, I think we've all had issues similar occur in our lives, but
yeah, and we've been trying to tell my wife's niece, fucking goddamn family, she's running right now from the fucking, what's it called, the border people, because she got caught smuggling 9 migrants across the border, and they gave her a court date and everything, and you know, said she'd be looking up to like 4 years. She came and stayed with us for a little bit while she, you know, had her court date and everything, but she's still on the run, you know, and she's not into it as much as he was, but it's just another one of the other cousins. Like I said, big Mexican family. So, but you know, we've been trying to tell her that she needs to just turn herself in, deal with it, you know, or she's, you know, she's going to end up the same place.
Yeah.
Working with these cartels. I mean, she was getting $3,500 per head is what she would tell us. It's so worth it. I'm like, it's not worth your life.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of why it's hitting us so hard, is because there's a couple of our family members that are just into that, you know. So I love you guys. Thank you very much. It's a good release.
Yeah.
When you get
Love you
support.
too.
You know.
Talking about things is very important. You know. But keep us
So-
posted, man.
I love you guys. I will, definitely. All right. So let's move on to something a little more positive.
Jasmine, Mikey does screen printing, if that's what it's classified as. And he's actually working on some really cool socks and merchandise and stuff. So we have another useful useful thing.
Mikey, I would love to put some of your stuff in our merch store when you're ready. No pressure.
Yeah. See, look, I've shown them earlier. I made these socks this morning. Some butterflies on them. These other ones got butterflies. They're all women's socks that I bought. And then these ones got the wolves on them.
Yeah. So one of my campaign managers, you can't see them. They're secretly smiling, flipping out. I'm supposed to give you an email address. I'm going to put it inside this chat. If you reach out to them, they want to talk to you. No pressure. I know you're going through a lot today. So
there's also another avenue that Mikey and I have been talking about just screen printing on merchandise. And I thought of this earlier, where Mikey, you could go to like Goodwill or a thrift store and pick up like some nice thrown away clothes and put a logo on it, and we're upcycling. You know, and you could just say, hey, you know, we're not buying new shit. We're recycling. We're upcycling. And, you know, you could capitalize on something like that. I was thinking about it. I'm like, that's kind of a cool thing.
That is a good idea.
I mean, I've seen like
consuming that which has already been
and...
consumed.
You're
I
muted,
think that's
Jasmine. I don't know if you're talking to us, but you're muted.
no, I was talking to you. I was saying upcycling is the best way. I love upcycling.
Yeah, absolutely. I even saw, so for 3D printing, you can see one of my 3D printers here, but I've even seen people that'll take soda bottles and they'll end up shredding it and putting it through an extruder, and they can make their own filament.
I seen that. They make their own filament.
The only issue is burning that kind of plastic and then printing with that kind of plastic is really toxic.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah. So, let's see. What should we chat about today, y'all? Yesterday
What was the theme?
theme for the day? Let's continue on with Indigenous Peoples Day, because I was here for a short period of time, and
But those aren't the themes. Like, I mean, yes, we definitely touched on that topic, but you had specifically came up with some theme days. Like Monday was supposed to be Mutual Aid Monday. Tuesday was like...
Oh, I know what you mean. So, let's see. So, Tuesday was supposed to be guests with no necessary topic. So, there's no real necessary set topic, but today is guest day. But, so if anyone wants to join, let me know. Still getting a handle on the individual days. And then tomorrow, I guess tomorrow is supposed to be the topic day. But, I don't know. It's whatever.
So, in honor of Indigenous Peoples Day, then, did anybody bring an Indigenous person to the chat? Nobody.
I brought all that together. Does that count?
Myself and Prophet are both Native.
I brought Prophet. You have to take credit for that. Profit.
Hey, POTUS, I brought profit. You don't get to take
I found profit a long time ago on TikTok in the interweb.
I feel like everything I want to talk to about native stuff has already been answered by Jasmine, and that's like really, really great. Because when she first started her lives, I was just like, I was inundating her with questions. So
we should talk about Equa though. We should show a video about Equa. That is the biggest thing. We're gonna talk about Indigenous Peoples Day and pretend to fuck with the Indigenous community. Not pretend, but you know what I'm saying. Yeah. We actually will talk about their issues. Like, I'm gonna be quiet.
Let's see.
Before we get into that, I'm gonna have to drop down because my head is killing me, and I wanted to be in this meeting. And no offense to everybody in this room, as much as I love you, but your voices are killing me. I have to keep my eyes closed, and I have to lay down. I love you guys.
Okay. Feel better.
But I'll talk to you later.
Hope you feel better.
Love you, Charlie. Peppermint tea will help, or peppermint oil. Love you, cousin.
Love you guys too.
All right. Does anyone have any good ICWA videos? I can live stream it here.
Just like the first video, find a video that talks about what ICWA is, then why it's under attack, and what we can do to preserve it and help the Indigenous community, exist.
Oh, here's a good one.
This is my MMIW painting that I did.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I like that. That's beautiful.
So, I know everybody who's been in MEMS for a hot minute with Sugars talking about ICWA. They gave a number to text, which I'll have to look up real quick. But I did get a response from, because I'm a registered voter in Louisiana, because my move to Mississippi was not planned, and the governor, or was it not the governor, but Bill Cassidy is who I got my response back from, and typical politician forum. It was a whole lot of bullshit. It was that copy and paste kind of situation. So anyone who has never texted any of those numbers, which no shame, no judgment. If you do text, just be advised that when you get a response, if you get a response, it is going to leave you wanting, like usual.
Gotcha. So here's the number. PCCPGW to 50409.
Thank you, Mims.
I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Because I was going to say, could you repeat that? So cool.
I got it. Yeah.
Thank you.
And then we'll post something here for YouTube to see as well. All right, it's in the Zoom chat and it's going into the Zoom Discord channel as well.
So speaking of ICWA, here's my experience with it, which is that my father was taken from his mother just because she was Native. He's back in the early 60s, and adopted into a wealthy white family, who then raised him to feel bad about being Native his entire life. And it took us a long time to find my grandmother before she died. And yeah.
Wow. So here, I'm gonna just share the screen. Sugars. We're talking about ICWA. I'm
hey.
screen here. Okay.
Sugars, I knew I saw your face this morning, family. Love you. Miss you.
Such a beautiful people.
Are you muted? I saw you trying to talk, but I couldn't hear anything.
Oh, I wasn't saying anything. I was looking at the screen share.
Oh.
Oh, Sugar.
I
Welcome.
haven't seen this page yet. No, wait. I think I have. I think I looked at it a while back, though. Yeah, because so there are a lot there. ICWA does have a lot of backup. There's a lot of organizations that have that are for ICWA that don't think that it should be removed. There are people out there that are, that haven't been protected by ICWA. So I do believe that ICWA needs to be updated. I believe that the system definitely needs to be revamped and made better for Indigenous people, for Indigenous sovereignty. However, we have to protect the system we have in place first before we can make those alterations. So I do, that's my primary focus right now, because I do have some people that have, that are Indigenous, that ICWA didn't protect them. So even after ICWA has been saved, because you guys are so awesome and I'll send the petition, right? And spread awareness about this. My next goal is to, see what we can do to make that system better. But just to make sure it's safe in the first place.
Do you know of any good videos offhand? Short videos or websites that we could go to?
As far as ICWA, it just pretty much what you guys already have, what I've already posted in the Discord. I'll make and I've been pushing a lot of people to Show Me Your Masks page, because they have done all of the work for us. Like, they have literally done all of the work for us when it comes to Indigenous sovereignty, and they have everything fully pointed on their link tree on their website. They have state Congress, and then they have residential schools in ICWA, and then you click on that, and then it takes you to a whole plethora of information on their page. So a lot of the times I will just reference them, because they're amazing, and I don't feel like they get the amplification that they deserve when it comes to these topics.
Gotcha.
There are some other people that I'm working with and that I talked to a little bit in Canada, trying to get some awareness on their issues, because they have their own set of sovereignty problems as well in their communities. Canada is horrible to the Indigenous as just as much as the Americas. So,
Blue.
Sorry. So I don't know if you got, first off, I put it in chat, apologies. It was not Bill Cassidy. It was John Kennedy in Louisiana that I got this copy paste letter from. But if anybody is interested in seeing that kind of bullshit or even hearing it, I can read it real quick. It's very short, but I can also post it or do a video on TikTok if you guys are interested, especially you, Sugar, since this is the response that I got from texting the number to sign the petition, which I know it's bullshit and it infuriates me in a lot of different ways. But if anybody is interested in seeing what that looks like or hearing it, let me know.
Yeah, I'd love to hear it. Everyone in chat, you good with hearing what they had to say? Blue, if you're up to sharing it, the floor is yours.
Yeah,
it says, thank you for contacting me about tribal issues. I appreciate hearing from you on this important matter. Louisiana is home to many citizens with Native American heritage. Tribes in Louisiana include 4 federally recognized tribes and several state recognized tribes. A tribe recognized under federal law is considered to act as its own sovereign government. Over several decades, Congress has passed laws related to tribes and tribal governments, and the U.S. Supreme Court has decided several cases that define the scope of tribal rights. As you may know, the Supreme Court will hear arguments in a case later this year about whether the Indian Child Welfare Act, or ICWA, violates the 10th Amendment. The ICWA provides guidance to states on Native child abuse and sets procedures for placing Native children into foster care. As your senator and member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, please rest assured that I will keep your thoughts in mind if the Senate considers legislation related to tribes or tribal governments. Thank you again for contacting me about tribal issues. Please do not hesitate to contact me in the future about other matters that are important to you and your family. Sincerely, John Kennedy. That is the entirety of the letter.
Am I off my mark here, or are they trying to send it back to the states?
They are.
That's what it
100%.
sounds like.
That's what it sounds
That's
like.
what
I
it,
just
that's
looked up.
exactly what I was gonna say. That's exactly what it sounds like.
The part that
you know,
pissed me off the most is where it says that ICWA provides guidance to states on Native child abuse and sets procedures for placing Native children into foster care. First off, they're not abused. They're not abused. Secondly, you're not taking them and putting them in foster care. You're taking them and putting them in white families to where they can lose all contact with their indigenous heritage.
Yeah.
Let's call it. That's why I got pissed off when I received this letter, y'all, because after knowing Sugar and hearing about ICWA, learning about what it is, going into my indigenous siblings' lives, I got this in response, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Oh, side note, and a little bit of information for those who don't know, Louisiana, specifically New Orleans, is not New Orleans. New Orleans' actual original name, is Bulbancha, which means land of many tongues. That is something that I learned from my indigenous siblings over there. So if you want to talk about New Orleans, let's call it what it really is, which is Bulbancha.
You know, I absolutely love Mini Minuteman on TikTok. He does a lot of like debunking of conspiracy theories. Like, he's a historian, and when he talks about specific things in that are sacred to indigenous peoples, he calls them by their real name, and I absolutely love that. And it's growing. The real words, the real things that we called everything is catching. People are learning, and I think that's awesome that you have taken the time to go in and learn these things as well. Like, oh, I fucking love you guys.
That's the thing, Sugar. We all know that all of this has been renamed, and I'm not gonna lie, some of the names that they have chosen, I'm like, really, like, your white supremacist rhetoric is all the way down in some of our names. I'm not going to use those things. Every time I learn a new name, I'm going to use that new name. The only reason why I call New Orleans for the most part is because a lot of people don't know what Bulbancha is. But I'm going to continue to educate people on that too. I'm trying, fam. I love you. We are all here to support you. I'm trying to get the word out. I share all of your videos and all the other ones I come across. I just wanted y'all to hear this, especially you, Sugar, because I was super fucking pissed off.
Yeah, no, that
grinds
my gears, because there's a reason that they monitor our blood like animals. There's a reason that blood quantum is put into place, and ICWA is directly affected by our blood quantum. Our blood quantum directly affects ICWA.
Wait,
so,
what?
Yes. I'm about to drop some knowledge on y'all.
I told y'all that y'all need to start from the top.
There are three animals on the planet that human beings monitor their blood quantum, and that is dogs, horses, and Native Americans. We are the only people on this planet that carry around a AKC registration card like a puppy.
No. How did I not fucking
horrid.
Yes.
Because
I
not
have
enough-
seen
there's
one
not
with my
enough
own
information
eyes,
being
Mims.
taught about
Now,
indigenous
with that
culture.
being said, when
I
you
have seen one
choose
with my
to
own
fall in
eyes.
love with not a Native American that is holding a AKC puppy registration, your child loses blood quantum. If your child decides to marry outside or have children outside of federally recognized individuals, that child loses more blood quantum. Therefore, they are not federally recognized. Therefore, the sovereignty of indigenous peoples falls away because they are no longer federally recognized to blood quantum to keep their tribe established.
Or if you mix
That's
tribes.
What?
So that's why they
That's
tell you
crazy.
can't own a certain amount of land unless you're whatever percentage, because they know that blood
Exactly.
quantum. Oh, how? Right.
It's another colonial construct to kill us off. Because
Right.
you
Right.
have
To keep track
people
of
that
until
are
they
white
finally
as
like, oh my
snow.
gosh, we finally got the last bit of this DNA out of. That's fucking horrible.
Yep.
A minimum? There's a minimum percentage?
Yes.
Yes.
I really
I
just want to take the
I
time
think
to
it's
say,
1/32.
I'm 32%. My blood, according to what my family lineage is, fuck Ancestry.com, I have like 30-some% indigenous DNA in me.
This
But for some
sugar.
reason, because I'm Anishinaabe and Lakota, I do not make blood quantum requirements for either tribe. So I'm not registered.
Yes, exactly.
What?
I have a
I'm
quick
not federally
question.
recognized. Now,
Well, hold
if I
on.
go to my community
Does
and I
that-
say, hey, I want to join a sweat, there's people that know my family that'll allow me to participate. But
Now-
unfortunately, I don't get a say at the table because I'm not tribally or federally recognized.
I was going to
Yep.
ask about that. Does that cause a rift in the indigenous community, where some
Yes,
people?
very much so. Very much so.
Wow.
There are natives out there that fully believe that if you don't have your card, you're not native.
Mhm.
Which is kind of ridiculous, you know. I
It's
mean,
absolutely asinine.
yes.
It really
Although for
is.
I am appalled that I didn't know about this.
my
Hey,
experience,
Sugars,
white
I have a
people-
question. Or any of my indigenous siblings in here, whoever can answer this question, and I'm sure all of you can, is this the blood quantum, is that the indigenous version of the paper bag test? You gotta, like, for us, for black
for us,
people,
so
the
we-
one drop
so-
rule, the paper
right,
bag
we
test,
had the-
we have all
we
of
had
those.
the one drop rule
Blood
first.
quantum and one drop are two very they're similar tools of white supremacy, but on very different spectrums.
Right,
So
but the
as we know, the
reason
one
it
drop
stopped,
rule is if you have any type of black in you at all, you're considered black and you didn't have the rights of a white man.
correct, but they
So,
stopped. They
With
stopped.
Wow.
indigeneity, we're a little different. So if you so like back in yonder times, decades ago, if you were a woman that married a white man, depending on the tribe, you either lost your status completely or that white man gained status.
Y'all literally just said that right here.
And
Yep,
there,
yep.
and there was also, so like my grandmother married a white man, therefore she lost her status. That's why I currently can't get enrolled, because my family was disbanded. But now my aunt is enrolled, but I'm not. She makes blood quantum, but I don't.
Well, my question. I
Wait a
get that
minute,
it's
my
all
hand has
rooted-
been up.
Oh,
Is my
sorry.
microphone broken? God dang it!
No, I
I
was
didn't
just
see your hand
responding
up.
to you,
Keep
Sugars,
skipping
for
me.
my
No, I took
question.
it down to test to see if this shit was working. Blue done skipped me twice.
Go for it. Go for it, Jasmine. Go for it.
Just want to know. I done forgot the damn question. Y'all make me sick.
Well, put your hand back up.
Next time, just interrupt.
Sorry. Okay, so I'm currently on my phone. I don't see anybody's hands up. All I see is Mim's screen. I'm sorry, POTUS.
Dude, I'm just giving y'all a hard time. I've just been dying to ask Sugar, can I help? Like,
Swipe
we
the
literally
screen
write
to the left,
policy all
and then
the
it'll post
fucking
up everybody
time.
where you can
And
see their
I
hand.
would love to make sure that the indigenous community was actually protected. I have not found my indigenous VP yet, but Sugar, you and I and people that work for me, we can meet and we can fix what you're saying is wrong with Equa. But more than that, we could try to convince you to join the team so Indigenous voices are heard consistently.
I have no issue. Here's my thing. I got a fucking record. I got one hell of a record.
You got a record. I'm a record. I can't even go to the UK right now. It's not my fault. Some shit happened in North Korea. I served my 70 years. So
Wait. We're gonna have to circle back to that.
Two, I'm busy as hell. But here's what I can do. I can keep coming into these spaces and talking about it, and I can keep talking to my Indigenous community and the people that I know that have a foot in their tribal relations. To bring to the table. I can talk to them and see if they're willing to step up. Obviously, they're going to want to watch you for a while before they decide to say okay, just because we've been tricked and bamboozled and lied to so much.
Sure, but before, like, I think what I'm saying is something separate. Coming into this space, this isn't a space where I'm able to take notes, write things, pull things up, and then execute an outline to make provisions. This isn't that space. When I say, like, we actually need to have a meeting, like, I appreciate you wanting to introduce me to people, but before you introduce me to people, I need to know what the hell I need to say or where my facts are.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Just let me know what you want from me, and I will do it to the best of my ability.
I just need to figure out how to get in touch with you.
I'm ready to die for my people. Like, everything I do is for the next 7, and it's not just the next 7 of my Indigenous community, but it's the next 7 for everyone. And I did a Zoom last night, a little decolonization Zoom, a little bit of our culture and history with some of the people in our Discord, and it went awesome. And having this conversation here today, I've already just decided, based on what Blue said about New Orleans, I'm gonna try and put together another Zoom talking about the cities that people live in and what they used to be called, before I start stepping into the doom and gloom and the action, because I want to get people hyped up about our culture and what's been lost about it, and then go into the actual facts and history, because I don't want to turn people off, with this is what the American government did to us, be angry. I don't want to be that guy. I want to be like, hey, we used to be an awesome, happy, fruitful, lucrative society, and this is what we were trying to get back to, and this is what we can do to get back to it. So
Sugar, I put in my calendar, I put it into the chat. If you can click that link and pick 30 minutes, we can get this. I can get everything I need, or I'm gonna get from you in the 30 minutes, and we start it that way.
Okay, let's see the chat.
And if anyone has a state that you would like me to scroll over to see the original lands and who resided there, please let me know.
Oh yeah, nativeland.ca is amazing. That's like one of the first things whenever I enter a space or a new space is I want to know whose land you're on. Mm-hmm. You should know whose land you're on. Yeah. Because every piece of this land is stolen. Mm-hmm. My clothes stopped spinning.
I can't wait to give this land back.
Can't wait to see so many things happen, like, because I've seen it happen. I don't know if y'all know or have heard of DAPL, Dakota Access Pipeline. Mm-hmm. Yep. That was my first action. That was my first action, call to protection, water protection, and standing with my community. And seeing firsthand, I'm gonna cry. Just to warn you, I'm gonna cry because every time I tell this story, I cry. I went to Standing Rock a week before Thanksgiving, in 2016, I think it was 2015 or 16, I can't remember. And when we were there on Thanksgiving Day, and I say Thanksgiving Day because I want to emphasize how much bullshit what I'm about to tell you is. I'm going to use my camera because I kind of got to describe it. So our camp is here. There's a river here. And right here is a burial mound. Okay, we call it Turtle Mountain. It's a burial mound of our ancestors. Behind that burial mound, directly behind that burial mound, was Dakota Access Pipeline. So the pipeline, the mound, the river, our camp. One day, an elder went to the river in front of the burial mound to pray. Now, we have a whole camp here. Like, there's like 1,000 people at this camp, 1,500 people. And he went down there to pray. And the next thing you know, we see a sniper on him. And obviously, we're all up in arms. All of us moved from the camp. Because when we went to the action, we would go around the other side and go to Dapple. That camp was supposed to be our safe haven. Because it's our land, right? Y'all are on our land. Technically, we can go wherever the fuck we want to go, but y'all are building this pipeline, so we went up there and we started singing our songs. And more officers showed up. And these ones brought firehouses filled with mace.
Oh, Jesus.
And it is November, Thanksgiving Day. And they are raining us down with fire hoses filled with mace. And we stood there and we kept singing our songs. About 40 minutes, maybe an hour later, I see National Guard coming across the prairie. I mean, you could see far. So you can just see Humvee, probably maybe about 10 of them. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, they're coming to help us. And they weren't. They went right up there and stood alongside those officers and continued to brutalize us on Thanksgiving Day while standing on the burial mound of our ancestors. I'm still not okay from that. I could not talk about that for months. When they shot those rubber bullets and they shot that little girl in the face, they threw tear gas and almost blew off a reporter's arm. This happened on American soil to American people. And that was my moment. That was like, I always knew that things were corrupt. I had been to protests, with my tennis racket and this, that, and the other. I've been to them. I've stood, but I had never seen anything like that before. That was war. That was actual war that I was in. And I'll never be okay from that. And that is why I do what I do now. That's why I fight as hard as I do. Because seeing that with my own eyes, like, it's one thing living and having this experience of being Indigenous, being Black, being, feeling like I don't fit in anywhere. That was the moment where I was like, no, I fit in right here, fighting for my earth and fighting for my people. And I have never let anybody ever discourage me from doing that. Ever. I've been doxxed, I've been harassed, I'm labeled the domestic terrorist, and I don't give a fuck. I will die fighting for my people and my land. People don't understand that anymore. So many people don't understand it until they actually are in it and live it. Oh. Fuck Dapple, we won too. That shit shut down.
And that's unforgivable. It should never be forgotten. It is not something you should have to get over.
I never will. I don't think I will. I think I'll get to a point where I can talk about it and not cry, but I don't think I'll ever get over it. I don't think I could ever get over it. Fuck. I'm like, do I want to go and buy papers at this gas station real quick, or do I want to smoke another cigarette? But yeah, no, it's that broke me. That broke me.
Trina, your boy's on the screen.
it was beautiful. It was beautiful seeing all of those people come together. It wasn't just Indigenous people at that camp. There were diaspora that was there to support us. People were bringing in supplies from all over the country. You know, the unity that was there, you know, at the end of the night when we'd come together and we'd have a drum circle and we'd sing, and we would just uplift the people that were there. You know, you'd see people coming in, rinsing out their eyes with Maalox, and, you know, people with bruising and wounds and having to go to the hospital, and they were putting our elders in cages. They put our elders in cages, like dog kennel cages, because they were arresting us. And they would just write numbers on our arm to keep track of us.
Oh my God.
Like, I can't, like, that shit, like, people don't know, man. And I don't talk about this shit on TikTok because I'm not trying to get my account banned, but it's like, how do I talk about it and, you know, not get fucking flagged for it? Because it's like, this is real life. And because I'm not pretty with blonde hair and blue eyes and light skin, it's like, fuck. Like, that whole fucking shit, like, pisses me the fuck off. Like 710 Indigenous people went missing in the same place that Gabby Petito went missing. In the same place. 710 people, not one report to the news. Petito's nationwide.
That's about white.
The Calumet River, the algae blooms of the Calumet River are literally killing the West Coast and droughting the West Coast. The fact that the Pomo people and the other people in that area can't do their sacred ceremonies. California is burning to the fucking ground. Why do you think there's so many wildfires? The natives out there used to do ceremonial burnings every year, every season, to clear out that underbrush and take care of the land. We were the stewards of this land, and the government said, no, you can't practice your religion. For almost 200 years, you can't practice your religion.
And they used all that stuff. To the ground. They used everything in nature. All that debris they would collect up, they would turn it into, you know, thatching for roofs, or they would do everything. They knew how to use every bit of the elements and Mother Earth to benefit them without damaging her.
And Nestle has taken up a whole bunch of the water in the area and dried it out.
Oh, fuck yeah. Nestle's the devil. I do not. Yeah, like, y'all break up with your banks. Chase Bank. Break up with your fucking bank, up with all your banks that support fossil fuels. Yeah. Be aware of what you're buying. And sometimes, yeah, I understand, like, shit might be more expensive, but you know what? We're greedy fucking pieces of shit. Who actually uses one cap of laundry soap for a load of laundry? Who actually does that? Actually use it the way that it's supposed to be used when you buy that expensive shit, and it works the way it's supposed to. People are like, oh, there's not a lot that comes in it. That's because it's concentrate. Read the instructions. Like, people want to say that, like, oh, these Black-owned businesses, these Indigenous-owned businesses and handmade businesses, they don't work right. That's because you ain't working them right. Because you don't know how.
I just wanted you to know you have support from other Indigenous individuals on Twitch. Someone has said that they're crying and they will never stop fighting. Someone would like to know if we could go back to it, what the land for who owns the land in Alabama. I am not doing a good job of keeping up with Twitch comments. I realize this now.
So if you're trying to look for something land back in your area, first find out what is the closest reservation to your area and go to the reservation. Don't just call them. Go into their tribal office and say, hey, I live in this area and I want to know what I can do to help. And they will tell you. They will let you know. Believe it or not, Indigenous people are about community. And yeah, they might be a little standoffish, you know, but they maybe there's a petition or something that you can find to sign, or, you know, awareness that you can raise, or something, anything. Get in contact with your local reservation, and start there. Start by learning whose land you're on, by checking out this website here, and learn about those people. Learn about those people's culture. Learn about what they ate. Learn about how they used to irrigate and take care of that land. There's so much that you can do to decolonize and help with land back, and it just starts by knowing that there's work to be done, and asking like you are now.
I mean, it should also not come to surprise why marginalized communities just standoffish when somebody that looks like me comes talk to them. I mean, it's I've been saying this for a long time, that, you know, the same energy that a woman may have when walking the street alone to their car or to wherever, and they see a man walking towards them, the same energy that they have is the same energy that a lot of marginalized communities have when they see somebody that look like me. They don't know the true intent.
Right. And with our history and with all these super extreme groups and conservative groups, you know, that and honestly the Christians, you know, they're trying to eliminate it from books, they're trying to eliminate it from schools, they're trying to eliminate it from communities, they're trying to drive you out. The whole, if you don't like it, then move to a different state. That's bullshit.
Or a different country.
Or a different country.
I love being told to go back to my country. That's my fucking favorite.
Well, that's the best one.
And then I just responded, get off my lawn.
Yeah.
Right. Well, there was a time I was at Native Generationals training, and we did this this big thing at in front of ICE, and there was like a whole bunch of us, and we were doing round dancing, and some guys drove by and told us to go back to our own country, and we were all just laughing our butts off.
I'm gonna drop down for just a second. I gotta throw my clothes in the dryer.
Trina.
We'll be back.
Damn it, I had a question for you, woman.
Sugar. I'm here. What's the question?
Okay. All right. So, quick question. I saw a documentary years ago about the indigenous people that's in South Dakota.
Okay.
South Dakota. I'm not sure if you probably know about this, but I heard there's a lot of like abuse and drinking and stuff like that. Is that true? Because you never know with these damn documentaries.
Okay, so alcohol is, they call it spirits for a reason, and it can bring good spirits and it can bring bad spirits. And for a lot of our people, a lot of our people cannot digest alcohol. But it's highly addictive. That's why we, flush red, and it's not good for us. Alcohol was something, the white man's alcohol is something that wasn't for us. Now I'm gonna take back a little European history real quick. So Europe literally did not drink water. Like, water was gross to them. They literally drink mead all the time. So not only do you have like these unwashed syphilitic assholes here, but they're all like drunk as shit 24/7. Now, keep in mind, Europeans also fed their babies mead when their mothers couldn't produce breast milk. Okay. So no offense, but you have generations of fetal alcohol syndrome, as far as I'm concerned.
Wow.
Now, moving that into America, you're taking that culture and bringing it to America. And these indigenous tribes, and you're working with them, and this, that, and the third. Well, when you get pushed onto a reservation, your land stolen, your women raped, your children taken from you, sometimes at the end of the day, a drink is a nice thought. But unfortunately, it's not just like, I just got off of work and I want a beer. It's, my people are fucking being genocided, and I have no other way of coping with that. So alcoholism takes root. And they would put alcohol, they would literally build liquor stores right on the edge of each reservation. If you go to any reservation you go to, there will be liquor stores right outside of the reservation. There's some reservations that are completely dry. They don't allow it, but they're all on the outskirts.
They do it on purpose.
Wow.
Yep, it's all on purpose. It's another form of genocide.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, Sugar, because I know you got to do something, but I wanted to tell you this. I was looking at a documentary on YouTube, and it was about, I guess, us as Moors, which is, I guess you can say the Black people, we were named Moors.
Okay.
It was going into some history, and one of the things that got me was we actually had a relationship with the indigenous people.
Yes, very much so.
We had a great relationship with them. What happened was we introduced because the white people would take information from us, we introduced, I get emotional thinking about it, but I actually believe this happened. So the, white people was learning from us, and then we introduced the indigenous people to the white people. And because we introduced them, they felt it was necessary to come and take over. So I feel like most guilt than anything, because our people, even though we had a great relationship.
Hold up, Smokey Robinson. Don't put that on us.
I know, no.
You got me coming out. You got me coming out my sweater like an anime character. Hold on.
Let me tell you something real cute. So when Europeans came here,
yeah, that's true.
Not talking about the ones in the South where you're talking about. When Europeans came here, they worked with us. They loved with us. Okay. They fed with us. All of that. They were going to die if it wasn't for us.
Right.
That's true.
Out of the kindness of our hearts, because we are a kind people, we helped them. They betrayed us. Y'all didn't betray us. They betrayed us.
I feel guilty. I don't know. I don't know why I feel guilty, because I'm like, maybe if we would have just kept our relationship. Be quiet, Jasmine. Don't get me. Okay.
I came out. The wind is in my hair. What you mean? That wasn't us.
So nice, and then we introduced you beautiful.
We didn't know the agenda of what they were gonna do.
No. Listen.
I'm shutting up now.
If you take a crackhead to somebody's house, knowing they's a crackhead, then you're responsible for the robbery that the crackhead does. If you take a person that you had not enough information on, and then they happen to be a crackhead, that's a different situation. But I will also say the relationship between the Moors educating the non-melanateds in the UK region is very different from what happened with the Europeans infiltrating this land, almost dying, and then being like, what it happened. Okay, let me explain how it happened, because you feeling guilt because they got a little too familiar. That's what happened. They seriously, you ever train your boss? Think about it. How many times you train somebody, who didn't know shit, but then they'd be like, oh, I got it. And next thing you know, that's what happened. It wasn't that it was they tried to pull an okie doke, and unfortunately, Black people, indigenous people did not listen to the petty people in your ranks. People like me saying, kill them. Because a lot of our problems would have been solved if the pacifist in the room hadn't been allowed to speak. Just saying.
Can I say something completely off subject?
Yes, but thank you so much for that information. I appreciate you both. I love you all. And POTUS, I love you. Tell me you love me back. Nope, she's not.
Sugar, if you could possibly put your TikTok into the chat, because Prophet and I would both like to follow you. I just wanted to put that out there. Yes, before we lose you there.
Muted. You're muted, Sugar.
I think she's putting it in the chat for us. So something I wanted to bring up. Thank you. Something I wanted to bring up, because it came to my mind while we were talking about all this stuff, that I don't think I've ever really gotten to talk to Jasmine about, so this one's a cool one. is that on the reservations, it's really hard for people to vote. Oftentimes, they have to go off the reservation. They don't have cars to do it. They have to deal with a huge amount of racism in the surrounding towns. And they don't have, a lot of them don't have their own mailboxes. So they can't do, what's the word?
Mail-in ballots.
Voting, mail-in ballots, thank you. So what was started in South Dakota, who did that? Four Winds of Change started it, with satellite voting, where they bring in a voting system onto the reservation, and they had to fight really hard for that. And then we fought for it here in Montana, but they've made it really hard for the reservations to get the satellite voting, even though we won after like 3 years of fighting against a Democrat. So that is something I would really like to see being federally recognized, as making sure that there's satellite voting for the Native Americans.
Could I do something one better? If
Yes.
I agree that the indigenous community needs to be allowed to vote, but I don't agree that we need satellite voting. You should be able to vote on your cell phone.
There it is.
That is what I can guarantee that I will work towards. I'm not going to work towards systems that I think are backwards or late. I want you to be able to vote. But if I can keep your money safe on this mother flipper, I can keep your vote safe on this mother flipper. We have blockchain, we have post-quantum technology. We are not using this.
Yep.
But I hope that that was a fair answer. But after I've tackled houselessness, I do plan to make sure 1-for-1 voting is our next target.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, because I didn't give you the answer you wanted. I apologize.
No, that's all right. I do appreciate your answer, though.
Okay.
Jasmine, how many people do you have watching on your streams? Just curious.
Right now we're up to 9. I don't know
Nice.
what happened. I be chilling at a nice 1. I get ecstatic when I get 3. Having 9.
Hell
is
yeah.
exciting. For the people that say, how do you feel about mandatory voting? I actually believe voting should be compulsory. I feel
Should be a
like,
day off.
well, of course, I'm going to make it a day off. You know, I'm a socialist, but more important, I'm going to call it Jasmine Day too. So people have to hate me forever. I'm going to just make my own day. But I do feel like you shouldn't be eligible for a tax refund if you don't vote.
Interesting.
So if you don't want to vote, I'm not going to make you, but you will not be eligible to receive your taxes back, because we can never tell how you want to spend the money.
Interesting. So just a heads up, y'all, if y'all are not watching on YouTube, we have 10 people watching on YouTube, and we have 9 people watching on Jasmine Sherman, and then we have 14 people on here?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
15
Nice.
And I didn't even think to go. I didn't even think to go back on TikTok, because I'm not banned or anything over there.
I'm banned until tomorrow around 3. So yeah.
I finally got off my ban, you guys.
Nice.
I'm at bands until later on tonight, so.
I'm the only good one. I'm not banned. I am the only good one.
I got comment ban.
I
I'm
got
a
a
Tifa.
warning before, so you know.
How many times have you been banned though, Jasmine?
Well, that's different. I've been perma banned a couple times, but I get my account back, because at the end of the day, I'm not trying to do anything bad.
Sure.
I did have a question for Smoke, though. Smoke.
I've lost 2 accounts already, and I'm about to lose this one. Because I can't stop. Listen, I'm like the clapback queen. Like, I am nice until you push me. And then I'm going to use every alternative word I can find to insult you.
Uh-huh.
I'll call you a river Barbie, like Yeast Yeti, all that. I got a whole list. And for some reason, TikTok still doesn't like my list.
I think I've somehow created the word pumpkin as a backhand. And I'm okay with that.
Katrina, do you know how to make sweet potato pie? Like, if the ingredients for sweet potato pie should land at your house, could you facilitate the construction of a sweet potato pie?
Oh, you know what?
I didn't forget sugar. That's why I was asking Katrina, because I didn't forget.
Yeah, I still have those sweet potatoes. I still want to make those cupcakes.
And I still hope they taste bad because you ain't sending me one.
I
CJ
love sweet
CJ
potato
and
pie.
YouTube.
I'm the only one.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm the only one in my house who likes sweet potato pie, and it's so annoying because then
What?
like nobody wants to get it.
What? Do you need a friend? Wait, do you have cats? I need to check. Before I eat at your house, I need to know that you got cats. If you got
I do have
cats,
cats.
I can't eat at your house. Nothing wrong with cats. Just for me, I cannot consume food at your house if you have a cat. That's all. No judgment.
Oh.
Just
You have an allergy?
I cannot.
I have an aversion.
Oh, okay. Would you eat at a house with someone that had kids?
That is also a thing. I'm a little averted too. Why can't we meet at a
Now
restaurant?
wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Hey,
Let's go to the clean room and have brunch.
Wait a
I mean,
minute.
you're not gonna find kid hair in your food, but you might find dog hair or cat hair.
Worse, the
might
kid
find
might
some
have helped.
toys.
And if I'm shaky on the adult hygiene in the kitchen, I'm definitely shaky on the kids.
Oh well,
hygiene.
that
Oh,
I
yeah.
agree.
Oh yeah.
And to think about
I
the
have
things we
everybody's
actually
house.
stuff into our mouths.
But you can't. You
really
can't.
can't.
I have seen the outside of Katrina's house, and I saw one of their children look fairly clean. So I'm willing to take a chance on a sweet potato pie. But
Yes, POTUS. I make sure he takes showers.
At least once a week. It's fine.
Just once.
It's okay.
I mean, no,
I
but
fight
like,
him every day because he's a boy.
No,
You
but
gotta
it's
have
still-
you gotta
it
have a
is
nice
actually-
layer of protection.
But no, but like,
Nice.
let's be realistic. Showering every day is an American privilege that
That's
a lot
true.
of countries don't have.
That's true.
Washing your clothes, like Sugar was saying, a lot of people are washing clothes at rates that it hurts your clothes. This shit is falling
Yeah.
apart if you wash them every day.
Yeah.
Now, granted, we don't make things to last anymore. There's a little bit of that, but I do think we have to acknowledge some of these American conveniences. When I went the first time, I was living in South Korea, and I was like, "Where's the toilet?" And they took me to the toilet. I said, "Oh, it's gonna be fun." It was not fun at all. But your girl knows how to squat now like a pro.
Let's circle back.
I was gonna say-
What happened with North Korea?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. So, full disclosure, I am not good at resisting what I perceive to be a good time. And I'm going to lead with, I've always told y'all, my genitals are going to be my Achilles heel. I can't say no to sex. And I cannot say no to free shit. At the time, I was living in South Korea working. And I met a boy. And he was like, "You want to go with me to North Korea?" He was from Australia, had some pretty red hair. And I was like, "I ain't got no money for North Korea." And he was like, no, it's a free trip. I got you. He did all the paperwork. Again, free. I just got in the cab. So I didn't realize the documents that he had done for me were as if I was an Australian citizen, which I was not.
Uh-oh.
When I crossed into North Korea as a non-Australian, that technically was a little bit fraud. However,
Oh, no.
that is not our issue. We didn't have no problems there. Our issue was when some individuals on the tour staged a protest. They staged the protest and got killed. North Korea does not play that.
No.
When they killed the people who were protesting, we all got down and we were all taken away. As soon as I started speaking, they were like, "You are not Australian." And I said, "No, the heck I'm not. Why do you think I'm Australian?" And they were like, "These documents?" So, needless to say, I end up at a consulate.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And the agreement that the South Korean government worked out on my behalf with the North Korean government, I got to pass through the little gate that people rarely get to walk through where the two bases are still connected. And then I was transferred directly to the American embassy in South Korea, and I was not allowed to return to either country for 7 years. When I got back to America, I was debriefed and I was held in San Francisco for about a month, answering questions. What were you doing over there? What did you see?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And
So you
then
walked through the DMZ from North Korea to South Korea?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
was gonna say the
And you were-
DMZ.
Holy shit!
Crazy.
Like
I won't
that's
be-
a scary story. But that's a holy shit story. That's like
Yeah,
That's a whole shit scary story.
yeah.
Like someone could
I
have
have
just kept
found
you while you were
myself-
walking through there, and they wouldn't even.
And that would have been it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yikes.
I have found myself in a lot of interesting situations. Not even my scariest one. I think the scariest one had to have been, okay, let me explain. I want you to understand this was not, I maintain it was not my fault. And I got a lot of stories that start like this, but I really do maintain this one was not my fault. I ended up in have you ever been to Cuba? So when you go to Cuba, you're
No, but
given
in
some-
chat, CJ says that's what chasing ass will get you, Jasmine. Nothing but trouble.
I can't help it.
Yeah, Jasmine's life's like a movie for real, for real.
But I can't explain.
That story on its
just think-
own is by far scarier, probably, than anything that I've been in.
Well, you know what they say? That's
The
the
scariest
fucking
part
you
was
get for the
watching-
fucking you got.
The scarier part was the whole like the shooting situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so watching them, but I think my scariest thing was when I got in trouble in Cuba. Not because of anything I was doing, but because by the time people found me, I was covered in blood. It wasn't any clothes in my size, but I had a great time. I was not allowed to come back to Cuba for a couple months, but I'm off the list and everything is good.
So you think you're going to end it there, and I'm not going to cycle back to the start of that story, right?
That was just a,
Yeah, when someone says you're covered in
let's
blood, you
trying
gotta
to throw my
explain.
clothes in the dryer and not laugh my ass off. Like trying real hard because it's
because
like
whose blood was that?
Yeah. Was it
First of all-
human?
First of all,
Was it
goat's
alien?
blood.
Because you
It was
never
goat's
know.
No, it was goat's blood, not my own blood. It
Goat's
was
blood. Okay.
They was about to
Sounds like a
sacrifice
fun
you.
night then.
I actually did end up at a Santeria ritual, and I was not in the right spray radius. Hence the covered in blood.
No.
But that wasn't the scary part. Go ahead, Smoke. Your hand is up.
No, we'll let you finish.
Nah.
We're gonna finish here first, and then we'll go to Smoke.
Okay.
Yeah, Smoke's okay
Again.
with it.
I have some critical weaknesses, flaws in character. I like to believe they're genetic. So I was on this little cruise to Cuba. I got off the boat, like I do, and they tell you there's no gambling in Cuba. None. Remember that at the beginning of the story, no gambling in Cuba. So I go with a tour group and I walk slow. So I lose the tour group. My fat ass is like, I found a bar. I do what Jasmine's do. We start talking to the cutest man, offering me drinks at the bar. Again, everything is a nice time. He's dressed in white, looking good. I'm looking good. I'm lost. I'm hot. I'm drunk. It's perfect. And he's like, you want to go with me someplace? And of course I say yes. Why wouldn't you follow a beautiful, strange man dressed in all white to someplace in a country you've never been or know?
called
Because you
trap.
might be covered in goat's blood by the time you're done.
Boom. So, lesson learned. I didn't get that memo. Yeah, I ended up at a Santeria ritual, and I was in the wrong section of the spray. I had no idea what was going to happen.
They didn't
or what did it happen.
label off
I-
splash zone.
Yeah, I
blood-
was
blood
definitely
zone.
not. I just took.
No raincoat or
I took the spot that I
poncho
just took as no, because you know how, like if you don't like crowds, right? It would nobody was standing over there, so I was like,
for
yeah,
good
I'll
reason,
just make
apparently.
right.
Oh no.
So I'm in the splash zone. I'm covered in blood, and I'm like, all right, I'm good. I'm done. I'm out of here. Just gonna go, and I'm not realizing I'm covered in blood in another country. And people in Cuba vary in size and shape, but I didn't encounter any stores that had products for someone of my varying size and shape. Till I meet this other man who is like, what happened? And I'm like, and explaining it.
Spray zone.
Yeah, explain the whole thing. Now,
Yeah.
remember, I'm trying to do it in Spanish. So we're in Cuba. And so finally we get it all worked out and I'm all frustrated. And he's like, I got you. My aunt's cousin, next door neighbor, she's fat. We get you some of her clothes. She wasn't fat enough. She was not fat enough. But don't worry, she's a seamstress. So they take a sheet and they draw me up some little gown real quick. By now I'm tired and I need another drink. And they like, we're gonna go over to this spot. I done left the cute man and I'm going with the woman who may need a dress. This is still the same, Mike. This is just my life. You haven't even heard about my other adventures. This is just the ones here. I broke down in front of a prison in Panama once. It got complicated.
They make stories and movies from experiences in your life. You're like where they came up with the idea for Pineapple Express. Continue
for
on.
real.
I've never even seen that.
You need a podcast.
No, yo, I have to tell you this because I was just at the store, right? And the lady saw you and she said, who is that? Because I had to show her my ID, which I had a picture of it on my phone. And I was like, Jasmine Sherman, that's our future president. You didn't know? I was like, oh, you better look her up. Jasmine Sherman 2024. Had to. She's like, you look familiar.
It's nothing I ever set out to do. But I'm in this place with the lady who's helped me rig this sheet into a dress. Turns out gambling is illegal in Cuba. Remember I told y'all that? So who is in a dress in an illegal pool hall? Domino, not pool. Domino hall. Me.
Oh,
and you can't take pictures of the police in Cuba, not allowed. And I was like, this is cool. Y'all are the military. So I ended up on time back at my cruise ship, problem solved, transferred directly to the captain of the ship, who I had already had an altercation with on the ship because I was using the men's bathroom. Needless to say, I'm no longer welcome on certain cruise ships, but who likes cruising anyway? Resort to that. Yeah, that's my life. That's a couple
So
things.
I have crazy stories, but you're now my go-to. If I'm like, hey, I'm bored. Jasmine, tell me a story. Let's all sit down. We're all gonna huddle around fire. We're gonna drink some mead.
Did you know me in April?
Hold on. Y'all see how tribal that is? Do y'all see how y'all are decolonizing before your very eyes?
I love it.
Sit around a fire.
I love it.
Tell a story.
I love it. Let's hug some trees, smoke some trees.
But this is just my regular, like, I was in a shooting in April and then had to hide the dude because he didn't die in the hospital. Like this, and like I had to run under the police tape. Like this is real stuff. And I still, like the day of the shooting, I came back to my staff and I was like, hey, I gotta take a shower. I'm covered in blood. But it was the other man's blood. It wasn't my blood. It's just the stuff that happens.
You know Craig Robertson?
Sounds familiar. I can't think.
You're talking about Hot Tub Time Machine, Craig Robertson?
Yeah. So he's hilarious. I love him. He's one of my favorites. So this guy.
Go
right
take
here.
your pens.
Oh, he's cute. Okay, I know
So
him.
Craig Robertson, he's in Pineapple Express, but he's like the only black dude in the movie.
That counts, though. I will now watch that movie.
It's fantastic. Yeah, go watch Pineapple Express. You'll be like, holy shit, that same fucking story, they got it from me. Be like, I fucking knew it. I knew it was you, Jasmine.
I feel like you guys are gonna love when I start telling you the embarrassing stories and stuff. Like,
well, we're on a roll. You got the floor. Let's roll, man.
No, because you know I gotta go. I gotta step away from my little 15 minutes constitutional.
Okay.
But when I come back, I can tell you more. It's just that, like, I found life is easier if you say yes.
Yeah.
It's how I accidentally became a millionaire, and then I just kept accidentally bumbling through everything else. Saying yes is really big.
You should accidentally give me those Mega Millions numbers because I need them.
I don't gamble. Gambling is a poor tax. It's a thing that rich people have sprinkled out there to give poor people crumbs of hope that never happen.
Yeah.
If you look at where the people who win the lottery are, it is never in our neighborhood. If you look at where the school or education lottery spending goes, even though poor people put all of that money in there, It never goes to our school. I know where you live. All of the money for the lottery goes to Valentine.
That's true.
For kids that don't need it, for bond measures that didn't need to exist.
I thought
Let me
that
tell
we
y'all
had the
something
North
real quick.
Carolina
So-
lottery to help our education system, and now we still
Yeah, in Valentine,
What the fuck is
in
that?
Valentine, North Carolina, it's helping it. It goes to rich areas. They move that slush fund money around.
Sugars.
So let me tell you something. So I work in production, right? Y'all know I work in production and events, and a lot of the
Yes.
stuff I do is either do like big, huge concert event builds, or I do small private parties for rich people. And sometimes we do business events, like at hotels and shit. I cannot tell you the amount of times that I know that I've done a $50,000 build for a high school.
What?
I cannot tell you the amount of times that I have done a $30,000 to $50,000 build for a high school, like building up a stage and all of that shit. Speakers, rental, building cabanas inside a school gym. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My
Wow.
brother
Like,
worked on a church that did spend $112,000 just on the beams in
The beams
the
of what?
cathedral part. $112,000 on
Wow.
a church. Yeah, my brother
Wow.
works on very, very,
I
very
just
nice
wanna-
houses.
I just want to remind you, in the Sherman administration, we are taxing all religious institutions. And
Good.
Joe
I mean, if you can
Osteen-
spend $110,000 on just wood for your ceiling to show
I'm
how
just saying,
pretty it looks, give me a
Joel
break.
Osteen, don't vote for me because you're gonna be mad when I come to get my tax. That's one tax check I'm going to drive to come get. Pay us our money, Joel Osteen.
So I got a question for you. So we all know that the church influences our government, but they're restricted because they're not taxed. So when they become taxed, what do you think, in your opinion, what do you think will change? Do you think that they'll have more influence, or
No. Oh no, they're just getting to pay their fair share to talk shit. That's it. That's their entry fee to begin the discussion. But what we will be doing in the Sherman administration is actually putting in.
Crush. Because we all know that the church is fucked.
Yeah.
We all know the church is fucked. Like people are waking up the Christian crap, the Christian brainwashing and everything. If the church is sitting there paying taxes, in my opinion, this is just me. There's nothing. There's nothing that the church will be able to infiltrate as far as taxes, because people are already waking up to what is happening. It's all crumbling down. When Jasmine gets
Yup,
elected,
when we win, sugar. Just so
when
you
Jasmine
know.
gets elected, the truth is going to be exposed. So the church will not have shit to do with shit, because there's no going to be covering up of media and no twisting of stories. Like, that shit is good in my mind. When Jasmine's like, that shit is non-existent.
But we're also
Misinformation.
We're also going to make sure that there's a human resources department, so that way there is no more praying in Congress. There is no more praying before meetings. You will keep your religion and your mistresses in the same vein.
So I'm doing a little digging. They said that if you start taxing churches, and please tell me if I'm off my mark here, tax exemptions for churches violate the separation of church and state enshrined the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment of the Constitution. By providing financial benefit to religious institutions, the government is supporting religion. This is what they're saying.
I'll be right back because I got things to say about that. Give me 15 minutes.
All right, so the government should be able to have that say, I think, a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it should not be able to be used in the way that they want to use it to manipulate our government.
So tax
Like,
exemption
the
is a
folks, we should
privilege and not a
recognize that
right.
they're religious. We should recognize that they practice their things. We should give them money when they need their money, like we do any other people who need help. But you don't need these grand churches that are $50 million churches, Joel Osteen.
Sure, yeah.
The thing is that there's proof
Um,
that the churches often only use about 15% of their income to charity. So it's, the tax exempt status is completely unfair.
Sure.
But the charities they normally give it to are charities that are only benefiting to themselves.
that part.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Prophet.
And also that too, like, there's a lot of like churches that sprout up and they're a church for like a year or two and they rob a city blind and then they move on to the
Prophet.
I can wait. Mine's off topic, so I can wait till the end of this conversation.
That's okay.
And it's really just a snippet.
We're kind of going around, so floor's yours if you want.
Cool. Yeah. I just wanted to say I haven't I use like a little bit of ASL, and I never really like explained it. But when I do this means yes. When I do this, it means no. And when I do this, it means thank you. I use kind of like some like sort of a little bit modified signs because of like accessibility reasons. But just so y'all know, if that's ever what you see, that's what I'm doing.
Perfect. It's all good. I'm all for it too. If there's anyone viewing that benefit from it, I'm fine with that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sugars, you're a little robot-y friend. You're still robot-y.
I can only hear you a little bit. Yeah, I think you're coming in and out, Sugar.
I had a bunch of windows open. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I was just thinking, do we have somebody here that speaks fluent ASL?
I don't speak fluent at all. I just use it. I learned it from like a young age, and then have like used like the amounts because I'm autistic, so sometimes I just prefer to like not speak. And so like, and especially when it comes to like interrupting people, like if I'm just trying to like validate what someone's saying or like I agree, like I prefer to just use like small signs. But I want to become fluent. I just have like learning disabilities as well, so it's like a longer process. But I'm learning to integrate more of it like all the time. So yeah.
That's great.
Oh, I feel you. I'm learning my language too, so I get that. And also I like interrupt all the time because I'm neurospicy and that happens. I get really excited.
Hard not to, but I just did it just now. I do it all the time. I do it all the fucking time. My wife's like, "Stop interrupting me." I'm like, "I'm sorry." And then like I'll be talking and then she'll interrupt me, and I'm like, "You just interrupted me." She's like, "Yeah, but it's different." I'm like, "How? How is it different?"
It would be really awesome if we, because like we are expanding this community and trying to reach every, type of community that's out there to grow it, to learn and to better ourselves. It would be awesome to have somebody in here that knew ASL that could also help out because we don't have those closed captions. Can't really do live closed captions.
Wait,
so
do I have it on? There it is. It's on now.
Oh, you can. Yeah, that's something that should definitely be a thing because we do have,
I keep forgetting.
We do have those people out there. I don't know. I'm deaf in this ear. I can't hear nothing. I'm always like, huh? What?
Let's see if I can like automatically have it pop on. That'd be nice if it like always came on.
Yeah, it's not even saying anything for me. It just says, "Who can see this transcript?"
Can y'all see it? I know that YouTube can see it because they see the screen that I'm looking at, and I can see it at the bottom.
Oh my gosh, I slipped over a bunch of
when
faces.
Anybody that's on their phone or their laptop, if you click over to where it says more and scroll, you can also find where there's the captions option. And that's where we will be able to see the captions. Anyone can actually enable it, but you won't be able to see it on your screen until you actually enable it on your device.
Oh, I got it.
Also, I am working on learning ASL. There is an amazing person who, the deaf community, I have learned really like they suggest if you want to learn to go on YouTube. That would be the person that they have suggested that we learn from. 1 second, I had his name in my brain and it jumped out. Bill Vickers. And I will type the name in the chat, but he is the person that like I've done a few of his videos. He makes it very, very easy for you to learn. And it's one of those, you kind of have to just dive in. It's not just the basics of learning all the way from the alphabet. He is teaching you conversational ASL. So you will actually be able to directly communicate with members of our deaf community or,
cool.
Hearing impaired. So I'm going to type the name in the chat, but that's the person that I have been, learning from. And that's the person that members of that community have highly, highly, highly suggested.
Perfect. Prophet.
So,
I was just gonna come up and say about the captions what you had said, and then also I know that Jasmine uses captions on their Twitch. There's a lot of like different options for captioning. I'm also hard of hearing, so I've like used captions on and off at different times. I have like coming and going issues with hearing, but yeah, in Zoom you have to like individually enable it on your settings, but then when it streams, everyone can see them, like Vince had said.
Yeah, I definitely got to remember to turn it on because I screen share this screen to everywhere. So yeah, I got to make sure I got to remember. So in YouTube world, if I fuck up and drop the ball, just poke me or something.
Call them out.
I don't actually have any impairments with my hearing, but I have found as a person who is on the spectrum that when we have our nonverbal days, I don't always like talking to people. And I know that there's a lot of people who have that feeling where you don't want to necessarily verbally communicate. ASL is something that we can be utilizing for that very purpose. That's one of the reasons why I have taken the time to try to start learning, because my youngest has a lot of nonverbal days lately from stress of moving and all these other things. So I still want my youngest to be able to communicate with me in a comfortable way, because forcing someone to talk verbally can cause more harm especially if it's a person on the spectrum, because we are trying to process what we're feeling and what we're thinking. Having to verbalize that sometimes is very difficult for us, and then we internalize a lot of that harm that comes from that entire transaction. So, and I don't know about anybody else, but when you watch a movies trying to hear what the hell they say, it sounds like it's mumbled and jumbled. So I use captions a lot.
Yeah, my wife, she doesn't necessarily need to, but it helps her in movies. I hate captions in movies. Just a
little side note about the movie.
My wife has them on all the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, just a little side note about the movie biz. So they spend more of their time focusing on the actual acting than they do the sound. And they think that the sound crew can work freaking miracles and come back and add all of the lines. And it's not always that easy. So they spend more of their money on what we see, not what we hear. And that there actually have been articles written about the increase of the usage of captions in movies and in TV shows and stuff like that, because there are people that are trying to get them to add captions in theaters. So,
it's not in theaters, is it?
No, but there are people who are trying to get that to be standard for for our deaf community members or hard of hearing, so they'll be able to go to the movies, enjoy. Also for those of us who need the captions because we can't hear, like, that fog, that weird kind of foggy hearing, something that we sometimes fall under. So there are people working towards getting that to be normalized.
That's cool. I try to use captions in all my TikToks and all my videos, just because sometimes I mumble. And, sometimes, like, I'll have to watch a video twice or 3 times or whatever to get what somebody's saying. Smoke.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Oh yeah, it's still morning. Sorry. No, Jasmine mentioned Cuba. My brother-in-law is from Cuba. They came here on a boat when he was 10, and his aunt drowned on the way over. And that's as much of Cuba that he will talk about. He will not tell you what happened in Cuba. He will, and I don't try to force him, because I'm sure there's a lot of trauma that comes from where he was coming from. but his sister has developed so many phobias, especially bugs. And she said it stems from sleeping on a dirt floor in Cuba with no windows and no doors and stuff like that. So, but no, her mentioning Cuba made me think of my brother-in-law. Oh, and his aunt drowning is the reason why we cannot get him on a Disney cruise. He refuses to get on a boat. Yeah.
Wow.
So, and yeah, I wish I could hear more stories, but I don't want to push them because that's his tale to tell. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Reliving
So,
trauma
and-
is really hard too.
Yeah.
I have a lot of
Yeah.
friends that are from Cuba, that grew up in Cuba, that love Cuba, but are afraid to go back to Cuba. I have friends that can't go back to Cuba. There's a lot of trauma when it comes to Cuba. Being in Miami, like, I see it. Like, there's literally Puerto Rican and Cuban flags asking for
Everywhere.
liberation everywhere in Miami.
Yep.
Like, they are
Oh, yeah.
everywhere.
Yeah, here in Central Florida, you'll find Cuban and Puerto Rican flags too. I mean, no, they're very proud.
Well,
people.
right in downtown Miami, it says live something in liberation, like big, huge, like illegal painted Cuban flag, like graffiti artist, like staple that the city hasn't even touched yet. Like, I'm actually really surprised.
Yeah,
Wow.
we call Miami Little Cuba.
Mhm.
That's what we
I
call
call it
Miami.
North Cuba.
That's literally what it is.
Yeah, I call it North Cuba. I'm like, yeah, this is South Florida's the only place you gotta go further north to get further south. Let me tell you.
Yeah, the more north in Florida you go, the more southern it becomes.
Yeah, it's a whole different atmosphere down here. I absolutely love it. I do. I wanted to go back to the other thing real quick. What's it called? The sign language. Brain fart. I'm gonna make it indigenous. So we had something called hand talk. A lot of tribes had hand talk established, which is used. A lot of our signs are used in ASL today.
Really? I didn't know.
Yes.
That.
Fun fact.
I saw a really cool.
I heard about
really
that,
cool thing that made
Sugars.
me. You just made me think of it. About there was a person that was looking for. Oh crap! I forget the term. Something glyphs that indigenous people would write on, like walls or stone. Excuse me, stone. I forget the actual term, but they actually
Like
found
runes?
Kind of. But there would be like markings on them that would be carved in rock. But this guy found
They're called petroglyphs.
petroglyphs. That's what.
Thank you.
But this guy found a rock, and it had a bulge on the front, and there was some petroglyphs on it. And he said that that's a bell rock, and you hit it, and it rings like a bell. And I'm like, what? And then he did it, and it did. And I'm like, whoa. Mind blown. Tenchi. Right when she took a mouthful of food. You have to answer right now.
You're muted, baby.
This seems to be happening a lot. I stuff my face and then somebody wants to talk.
It's intentional.
It's
intentional.
But you always have food.
But I always have food, my husband says. So first thing I wanted to touch on, like, you know, everybody look, touching on the Cuban and Puerto Rican like pride and everything. You can love your culture, you can love who you are, but it doesn't mean like it just thinking about, like, you know, the Philippines and everything. It's like, even though I've never lived in the Philippines for a amount of time, I love my culture and I love the people and I love everything about it, but I hate the government. I hate what the people who rule the land has done to the land itself.
Yeah.
So, and I will say, I still think that Duterte is still dirty Duterte. What? I will always, even though my dad advocates for the extrajudicial killings, even though the people who are in the same situation that, you know, that they are in is what he used to be in. So I don't get it. and it makes me upset. But yeah, my dad has not really talked about his childhood, has not talked about like anything from the Philippines. Neither has my mom. So I know nothing about them except, whatever gitchy stuff they want to tell me. So I kind of want to push it, but at the same time, when I have, it's turned into yelling matches and crying fits. Like I've pushed it, and I'm like, how can I guess for me, it was like, how can I know what you went through unless you tell me? And then they're like, we don't want to tell you. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But then, of course, if it's something like where I'm passionate about learning, they're still very quiet and closed off about it. So, yeah, I've pushed before, and it never ends well. So all of that, and then fun fact, my husband learned ASL for a fiance he had, because she was legally deaf, and he teaches me things, but at the same time I'm like, what are you talking about? And then just he signs, and I'm like, sweetheart, I love you, but we're right next to each other. I try to be respectful with him, but he sometimes he does things to aggravate me. I'm learning slowly. I'm learning.
My wife does that with her Spanish sometimes. She'll just say something, a sentence or blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, honey, what did you just say? And then she'll say it. I'm like, did you really say that?
It's okay. I did the same thing with my parents as well, where my dad would, my mom would say something, or something would be overheard in Tagalog. And then I would turn to my dad, or he would say, hey, this means this. And we look at him and we're like, you've told us lies before. So we go straight to mom and we're like, Mom, what does this really mean? Because we know dad lies.
Oh, no.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks.
It's funny. So we're going to go back to the Cuban conversation because we have to. This is a more funny Cuban thing. So Cubans speak Spanish different than everybody else. So like when I learn Spanish phrases and things from a Cuban and then try and communicate with a Puerto Rican, they're looking at me like I'm insane.
Uh-oh.
You're frozen, sugar.
Still there, sugar?
To work.
I think you're back now.
Okay. So when I worked at the car dealership, when Cubans would come to ask for an oil change, they were asking something about their ass. The way that it was said, it was like something about their bottom.
Uh-oh. We lost sugar.
Yep.
Well, I'll pass the floor over to Blue.
Oh, nope. Sugar's back. Sugar's back.
I got a phone call.
It's all good.
No, it was something about putting, or like something about like changing their butt, like changing their behind, or almost like it was like worded funny. And my friend was like, every time these Cubans come in here and ask for an oil change, like I want to correct them, but it's just too funny to me. So, but then there's like other things that are said, like un momentico and un momentico, and then un montico. So I learned it as un montico. So I'm sitting here like un montico, and everybody always looks at me like, what? And so finally, after years of saying this wrong, because I learned it from a Cuban, my friend was like, why do you say it like that? Like, what are you actually saying? He's like, I hear you trying to speak Spanish, but you're failing. And I was like, un momentico, like one moment. And he's like, no, you dumb bitch, it's un momentico. He's like,
no.
You've been saying that shit for years. He's like, Stop listening to these Cubans.
Well, why didn't you tell me years ago?
Yeah, right. It took you this long.
He's like, they just not. Right, like you let me say this shit for years. Why now? Why now? I'm on you for.
Oh no. We're gonna bring it down to Blue. I saw that you just put your hand down, but if you have something to add, the floor is yours.
So I was gonna say, yes, honey. One second. Okay, that's your cousin. He's weird. Anyway, so multiple things. One, I learned in Spanish class that you can, and I took freaking 7 years total of Spanish. Cannot speak Spanish to save my life. I can understand it. So if you talk to me in Spanish, I, for the most part, understand it. It's my oral translator that's broken. So it takes me a minute for it to come out of my mouth in Spanish. So I try to have one of those, like a conversation. If you understand what I'm saying in English and I understand what you're saying in Spanish, speak your native tongue and I will speak my American, because I don't speak English. This is American, let's be real. But anyway, I also, I learned in Spanish that Cubans do speak, the way that they speak Spanish is completely different than, say, someone that is from Mexico or something like that. Tenchi, I wanted to actually talk to you about a couple of things, and y'all excuse me, I'm taking my hair down. But first, I do understand wanting to know and hear about your familial history, what your parents went through, things like that. I completely understand wanting to know that. But I learned a long time ago, and I was reminded last night, yesterday, being around my mother, that sometimes us having that knowledge is not worth their pain. There are some things that, you can learn about your history from other elders in the community, and kind of get an idea of things, like even just having the idea of what your parents may have went through could help you determine whether it's something that is worth you pushing them on. Like for me, I know with Black history, in Southern Black history, talking to my mother, I have the knowledge, okay, this is a question I cannot ask my mother because I know it's going to be triggering for her. I know it's going to bring something really, really bad back for her. And I don't want her to have to relive it. It goes back into the same concept of SA survivors. There are certain questions we don't ask because we don't want them to have to relive it. But there are other things, like I think within your own community, in the Filipino community, you would have kind of like the same little radar that, other Black and brown communities have. I know that wanting of wanting to know your specific familial history. I know that. Unfortunately, because of white supremacy and the abuse of our ancestors and our family members, there are just things that we will probably never truly know for that very reason, because it's too painful to get that information. And I also think it's a defense mechanism from our parents and grandparents. Once you know something, you can't unknow it. I think that they're also very mindful of not wanting to give us that information because it would be harmful for us as well. We already have epigenetics. We already have this literal trauma that we carry in our bodies. I think that they don't want us to have the visualization to go along with that. But that's just me, my opinion, my 2 cents. Also, would your partner consider maybe a Zoom where he teaches some of the sign language that he has, so we can all, maybe just putting it out there.
I can ask him, but then also, Blue, like that was also a time that I didn't understand boundaries. So now I know that what I did was shit. And I was all like, fuck, this is, I shouldn't have done that in the first place. And actually, eventually I did apologize to them and being like, you know what, I shouldn't have pushed you guys weren't ready, like, you know, and everything. So I, I understand that now.
I get that.
Yeah, it was a learning experience, that's for sure, on my part. And then especially very humbling for myself, and being like, you know, I can say all of this, you know, and then I needed to understand that they don't, and then that's okay. So learning again, I didn't have boundaries back then, and I was always pushing everything on like
even now though, like understanding what boundaries are, because we are all trying to educate ourselves and be more connected, you know, and so we have questions. I asked my mother, like I said last night, I was reminded there's just some things that are not necessarily, I don't need the answer to them. I violated one of my mother's boundaries yesterday. I triggered her. I asked her, Mom, how old were you when you stopped picking cotton? Because my great-grandmother was born a slave. My grandmother was the first one in our family, my mom's mom, to be born not a slave, but they still had to pick cotton. It was the South.
Wow.
Which made my mother burst into tears in my car. She answered the question, but I had to watch my mother, who already has signs of Alzheimer's, have to dig in her memory to answer my question because I was curious. And I got the answer. By the way, my mother was 7 when she stopped. My mother was born in 1948. She was 7 when she stopped picking cotton. And while as she said, I could only pick the cotton from the ends of the rows because I also had to take care of my 2 younger siblings who were babies at the time. One was a toddler, one was a baby. And because she was next in line above them, the older ones had to be in the rows. She had to take care of children and pick cotton. So her job was to handle the ends, front and back, so she could still have the babies and not have them in the middle of the rows of cotton.
Wow.
She also informed me that this is another reason why I do say Indigenous siblings, because I know for a fact that my family worked side by side with Indigenous folks. And there was an Indigenous girl that helped her take care of her 2 younger siblings. So she didn't get in trouble because she didn't reach her weight in the cotton that she had to pick. So when this whole thing on TikTok with Black people, Indigenous people, and the divide that caused, like all of this unnecessary drama, I know in my family, we worked side by side. We helped each other. My mother, in order for her to reach her cotton weight, an Indigenous little girl helped her take care of her younger siblings. And in return, my mother did whatever she could to help the Indigenous girls with what she was required to do. We worked hand in hand. But through this conversation, my mother could not quit crying. We had to take an extra 5 minutes before going into her doctor's appointment for her to gather herself to go in. But even today, because I took a break from here to go talk to my mom, even today, I can still see it on her face and how her body is, that energy, those thoughts are still there. She's still reliving in her, whatever way it's happening in her body, she's still reliving that trauma. So that's why I'm also saying, be mindful and try to, and this is for everyone. When we're talking to our elders and those who have lived through some things, ask yourself, is this a question that we need the answers to, or is this just to, satisfy my own curiosity? Because it can, in fact, cause a lot more harm than we intend.
Well put. Well put. Does anyone have anything else to add to that? No. Cool. Perfect pause time. Water break.
Ooh.
Go hydrate.
Y'all saw me getting thirsty, huh?
Somebody drink up my stuff.
Hydrate.
Do you
am I
know
the
that
only one
this
that
actually
puts-
works, you guys? Because every time I go downstairs, I get water because I know you guys are going to tell us to drink water. So this actually does work.
I'm just saying, for like a solid year now, I've been trying to hit the goal of just 8 glasses a day. Just drink 8 glasses of water a day, and for some reason, I can't do that. My body,
hard.
I don't feel thirsty.
My wife makes
So
me.
other people telling me to drink, and like other people drinking, even though maybe they necessarily weren't just thinking, "Hey, I should hydrate," has helped me out so much.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
just
really hard for
tired
me
of
too.
peeing. I pee so
Mhm.
much because I drink water. I'm so over it. Like, I'm tired of going to the bathroom.
Yeah. Wait till you start getting near my age. You know, you'll start.
Buddy,
peeing.
I'm probably
tired of
older than
watching you
you.
walk away, Katrina.
No. Hey, you could be, but no.
I'm 39.
I'm 48.
You're older than me.
Oh,
You're older than me.
I am just by a year.
Mims, I'm older than
Don't
you.
don't get all,
All right,
excited
grandmas.
here.
Mims,
All right,
I'm
Grandpa.
older than you.
All right, Grandpa.
I'm just saying. I'm sure you're taller than me, though.
Yeah,
See,
Mims
you
is
look like a
Call them
full-grown adult.
grandma,
I don't.
but they will always be carded.
That's true. That's fucking true. I'm
Facts
never
on
carded.
facts.
I'm never
Facts on
carded.
My
ever.
son decided he was going to shit on me and be like, "Mom, you're almost 40." And I was like, "Excuse me?" He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "I'm 36." He's like, "Yeah, you're almost 40." But just know, you'll always look, you're like you're in your 20s. And I was like, good thing you saved yourself with that one, kid.
Is anyone else feelings get hurt by the brutal honesty of children? I saw a TikTok
Yes.
on this where this kid, like this woman was up there, she said something very similar, and she was like, this little kid came up to me and she was like, "You're ugly." And then they just walked away. Like, it wasn't to be mean, it wasn't to be whatever, it's just how they looked.
He
And she's
just
like,
thought
that
she
fucking
was
hurt.
ugly.
That
Ugly.
hurt. Like, there was no reason
know
for it. There wasn't malicious. They just think I'm ugly.
Right.
That's why
My
I always
feelings
say,
were hurt.
Here's one. You want to know what my eldest said to me when he was in Head Start, waking him up for school one morning. I am not a morning person, y'all, by any means. Like, I'm officially awake now. I tell everybody, even in the workplace, before 10 a.m., I'm on autopilot. Don't ask me any important questions. All I better hear is "Good morning, Blue." There's coffee. Anything outside of that, I don't acknowledge. I'm not awake. My eldest looked at me at the age of 4 and said, "You know, Mom, you're a little bit not smart in the mornings."
Oh no.
Now, mind you, when he was in 2nd grade, this is the same child that when after getting tested to be in the gifted program, when asked, "Well, where did you learn this? How did you learn this?" "From my mom." Clearly, I have intelligence. It's just in the morning, I do not. That's why when I jump in these lives, I try not to even unmute myself for the first little while, because what you guys will hear is, yeah, that's me. I know this. I know this about myself.
Lately, I've been having to get up at 6 a.m. And, it really breaks my heart that that's probably going to be a norm from now on because my little one goes to school. And I'm like, fuck, that sucks. You know what else really sucks? I have to be an adult for the rest of my life. That fucking sucks. That sucks hard.
I wish I had enough money so I don't have to adult.
Yeah.
But you will soon.
I was just about to say,
it's not
Jazz.
even gonna be it's not even gonna be like this anymore. That's the best part.
Jasmine, I meant to ask. So you made me a mod on your live this morning. Mind you, I'm half awake too. And what are the rules that I'm supposed to be booting people or muting people? Because
no rules. No matter what you do to them, I have to unblock them the next day.
No.
Like the session after the live is over.
Can I just
I'm not allowed to block
so I can just mute people and they can take themselves out?
You can do whatever you want. I
don't think that she is allowed to say that you can mute people or that you can block people. I think that I'm sorry. They. My mistake. And correct me if I'm wrong here, Jasmine. But they can't block anybody. They're a public figure.
They can't.
They can't block.
No.
They can't mute. So if you do any of that, they have to undo it.
Okay,
Yes.
so I know that the mute is temporary. That's the only reason why I'm like, okay,
No,
I can mute.
yeah, for Jasmine, everything is temporary. Every single day after the end of live, Jasmine has to go in. No matter what we do as mods in there, Jasmine has to open everything back up. They have to undo it. So if somebody comes in there being obnoxious, I personally take the same rules that Mims has and apply them to Jasmine, because I also know that even if I block and mute them after Jasmine shuts down the live, they have to go in and go undo. So it doesn't matter if they're coming in being obnoxious, they're being assholes, they're being bigots, whatever. Mute the fuck out of them so they don't detract from the current conversation.
Okay.
We can keep on trucking. And then at the end of the day, at the end of that live, Jasmine goes in and does what they have.
I just don't understand what, because I usually do the mute for 5 minutes. Again, that's for me.
I don't do timeouts. Most of them are whole ass adults. I'm not putting you in timeout because you ain't gonna learn your lesson in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or anything. If I mute you, you're muted for the entire live. That's it. I don't play games with adults. I don't even play games with children unless it's a board game or card game, something like that. You want to play spades, I got you. But you want to come in with your bigoted, negativity and nastiness. I don't have space for that. I don't have capacity for that. It's triggering for me for multiple reasons. And I know that a lot of the stuff that they say in our lives are triggering for other people who are in that live. And I'm not about to let that happen. That's just me.
Can I ask?
I just wanted
because I was a moderator the other day, and I didn't know how to mute. So how do you mute somebody?
In TikTok, so when you click on their like if they say something, don't click on the line as if you're going to respond. Click on their picture, and you know how that little part comes up where it shows that like the quick whatever. At the top right corner, you'll see manage. Click on manage, and it'll give you all your options. But what I always suggest, you block them first and then you mute them. Because once you hit mute, it'll give you the time, like it'll pop up with another screen and it'll give you different time increments to mute them for. And once you click that line disappears. So you won't be able to go back and block them if it was a comment that need a profile that needed to be blocked. So block first, mute second.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick, so what I do is I'll go to their page and block them depending on like how obtuse the response is. I'll immediately block them like for my own sake, because TikTok snitches on you and tells you who mutes you and blocks you. So I go and block them.
Yes, they do. They also, most of them, if you go to your own profile, I don't know if anybody has it turned on. I have it turned on mine. I can see who views my profile. Almost every one of the people that I have muted in Mims and Jasmine's and Disaster and anybody's lives that I am a mod in, they all go to my profile immediately afterwards. And that is where I clock them and I block them.
On my main two accounts, they haven't given me the access to do that. On my baby account, I'm allowed to see who views it. But on my big account that have 18 and 22K followers, they haven't given me any of that. Plus, I also can't pin any comments. Not in the lives, but in the videos. I have no ability to pin comments anymore. Does anyone else have that issue?
I don't. Well, I haven't tried, so I don't. I mean, I can view them, but I haven't even broken 5,000 viewers, so I don't know if that's a.
Well, no, like if you post a video, if you get people commenting, I can't pin. I can't pin.
Oh, those. No. I think that. I can't pin any comments at the top of any of my videos or mine either. I don't know if they changed that based on whether you have just a personal profile or if you have a business profile. I think during all these changes they're making, that was one of the things that they may have removed, because some people have large followings like you, Mims. So if somebody says some dumb shit on one of your videos and you pin it, people who follow you may go and to cut down on the bullying.
Oh.
Because racist and bigots and white supremacists the pin of shame. They don't want their feelings to get hurt.
Oh, you're a little triggered. It's okay. Trina.
Okay, I have two questions. First, sugar is giving me motivation to fold my laundry. And second, I wanted to ask the people of color in here, what would be something, how can I say, what would be your form of reparations that you would want as a person of color if the United States ever gave it to you? I would want at least 10,000 a month.
You mean when? You mean when? You mean when? Because reparations is already a part of Jasmine's.
Yes. When?
It ain't gonna be
my
10 grand a
reparation
month.
policy isn't the same as what they're saying. What they're saying is fantasize. Tell us your wildest dreams. I mean, my plan is just what it is gonna be, but they want, like, I don't mind hearing people's fantasies. Like, somebody might bring me ahead for every, like, I want to hear it.
And then after everyone says their what they're hoping for or wanting, I'd love to hear your policy and what you're going to be.
Yes, please.
What you're going to be doing.
That was my point. Actually, I was trying to get into that. I wanted to see what would be your platform when you become POTUS. But I would like to know everyone in this Zoom way of reparations, but the people of color, because we are owed.
I was about to say, not everybody.
Katrina, first you asked the question.
Everybody.
America, America has paid reparations.
You go
before.
first. You go first, Trina.
Oh, I would like 10,000 a month.
That's it?
For the rest of my life.
You're okay paying taxes?
Yeah.
What? Okay.
That's me.
I don't know why Indigenous or Black folks ever pay taxes.
How you picking on me?
I'm not.
That's
I'm
what
not
I
Bernie's
wanted.
nipples.
Doesn't
I'm not
mean
Bernie's
it has
nipples.
to be. I just want 10,000 a month or 15,000 a month. That's what I want. Okay.
Anybody else want to go first?
Tax free. 10,000 a month, tax free.
Yeah. Tax free. Yeah.
Hold on.
Tax free.
So-
Anyone else? Blue?
Okay, so if we're talking about fantasy, first and foremost, me and, well, any generations that live before, that are in my family that are still alive and on this side of the veil, myself and the next 4 generations of my bloodline, I would like at least $6 grand every month for the duration of our lives. So my mother and all of her siblings, because all of their aunts and uncles and so on have already passed. So my mother, all of their siblings, me, my children, and the next 3 generations after them. I would also like any white person who has been able to acquire large amounts of property or money from generational wealth that they did not actually earn to be stripped of all of that. And I would like for that to be then dispersed, all of the land going back to the indigenous folks who more than likely work that land, and all of the financial portions of this to be split and put into foundations that are for the Black community and for the indigenous community that are only controlled and dispersed by the Black community and the indigenous community. No white folks are allowed to have their hands involved at all. I also want for reparations for the Black community for at least the next 6 generations that not a single white person is allowed to serve in any political office at all for any reason.
Dang,
and I would also like for every single white person who has never had a job making minimum wage to be required for the next 10 years to work jobs that are minimum wage, and all white folks that are in the working class to get, because I understand that working class white people are the new slaves. Within reason, racist and all them don't count. But let me rephrase that. People who happen to be white, not white folks, because Mim is a person who happens to be white. There's a difference in my book. So people who happen to be white, I want their cost of living to be raised to at least $25 an hour, because even though they happen to be down here with us, they still benefit from their white skin. So I ain't gonna tell them they get the same thing as us, but they down here with us. So people who happen to be white should not have, also everything is tax-free for the rest of our lives. lives. Period, point blank. Don't ask me for shit. Free medical care, housing guarantee, because we built your houses in the first place. Like everything in the context of what Jasmine's platform is with the policies, free healthcare, free housing, all of those things, that plus everything else that I just said. And there we have it.
I agree with Blue. Shit, you said everything that
I mean,
can
I go?
This is amazing.
Yes.
Okay, I would like money. I don't know, 10,000 a month sounds nice for the rest of my life. But more importantly, I would like as heavy as the anti-Black media, the anti-Blackness in the media and the propaganda against us that dehumanized us in the first place, I would like there to be like the propaganda to be as heavily anti-racist in the movies, in the like I want to see like movies like the Haitian Revolution and stuff like that actually oh goodness, I'm having one of those days where my words are not, I'm seeing what I want to see, but they're not coming to my words. Just heavily anti-racist, pro-Black propaganda that I don't know that it would undo some of the stereotypes, but I feel like it would help.
Fair enough.
One more to add on to mine. I'm sorry, I forgot. It's kind of what,
Blue, sure.
Yeah, it's kind of what Tizzy was just saying. I want also real American history, the real history of this country, to be taught in schools. Period. The good, the bad, the ugly, the indifferent, all of it, the real ones.
With photos.
To be taught. With photos, and also to be taught by the Black and brown communities.
Yep, I agree on that 100%.
Yep. Attention.
That's what I was going to add too. Was that, teach it how it is. Like, don't leave anything out. And I'm talking when Tizzy was talking about, the movies, you know what? Let's redo all the movies that were whitewashed and do them correctly. Do them correctly.
Yeah.
And then also, since, I'm very passionate about my culture and everything, give the veterans, the Filipino veterans that had fought in World War II, that had fought in World War I, that were drafted in the Vietnam War, like against their will, let them have their health care and health benefits. Oh, mind you, this is also like, I would love that if the whole entire VA was just redone as a reparation for veterans, period. Give the people who were promised in other countries by the Americans the citizenship that they were promised. Mm-hmm. Give them everything that they were promised, because that shit was taken away. I'm sorry. That shit was taken away and they need it back. Just period.
But adjust it to the current inflation, if I may add.
Yes. Give recognition to all the Japanese who basically were coerced and scared into service, especially during World War II. So I'm just, I know this isn't about me, but it's like, it's just, this is just so much bigger than me. And no offense to Katrina, I get it. It's, I know that there are just so many other people that's just not where they're supposed to be. Recognition for, the Delano grave strikes, like that was given to Cesar Chavez. He didn't even want to be involved in it. Give it back to the Filipinos. Give it back to Larry Itliel.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
To yours? it would also be nice, since Jews, being a Jew, we have the Holocaust Memorial. It would be nice to have some sort of a museum dedicated to what has happened in this country. And oh shit, there was another point as well.
Or I'll even give credit to where credit is due, where, you know, the Nazis got
That's the other thing too.
Got the idea of gassing from the Bath riots, which also it was our idea. Sorry, I'm so irritated.
Also, make it illegal to have hate speech in America. Why is that still legal to be hateful? It doesn't make any sense. Why is it legal to be part of the KKK or be legal to do the Hitler salute? Are you fucking kidding me? We need to adopt things that they do in Germany.
Make it illegal, like Gavin made it illegal to spread misinformation about
Jamal
COVID.
and Eiley, did they give theirs? I know Eiley said that they like Blues List, but what did Jamal say?
About what?
Your reparations. What kind do you want?
Oh.
I'm confused how Mims went before Jamal.
I mean, I do like that mountainside that's across my across the way over there. I wouldn't mind, you know, having that over there, and I'll be perfectly happy.
Well, you definitely can't have that. So
I'm
just be disappointing all y'all black folks right now. Let me just tell you right now.
That land right there. We can have a nice community right there. Just that land right there.
It's not your land, though. That's got to go back to the indigenous folks. Black people may have worked the land, but it's not ours. We might have put blood, sweat, and tears. It's not fucking ours. But what I am going to give you is $4,000 a month, 2 months after I elected, if you match the phenotype and the genotype. I am going to make sure that you get it tax-free, and it comes out $4,000 a month for everybody over the age of 16. It is going to be paid out one time, one term. That's it. It's because reparations is really just supposed to make sure you can make up for the financial impact that you were denied because your ancestors did not have any time to amass wealth. It is not to make you get back. It is not to give you the get back you deserve. It's not even the ass whoopings you know need to be delivered. It is just the financial burden that your family was not allowed to amass. That's all reparations are. Now, I totally will not be living in the White House. I fully expect to turn that into an actual American history museum to tell the full 100% truth of this brutal motherfucking nation. That's really where it is for reparations for me. I do plan to, stop paying Israel money to kill Palestinians. I do plan to give land back to all indigenous groups, Hawaii, Puerto Rico. But that's really it. I can't fix what a bunch of horrible white folks did, but I can pay up and I can apologize and make sure that I remove as many barriers to entry or existence that you individuals have. I actually support taxes, but I believe that people would have no problem paying taxes if you were proud of what you were paying for. Your tax money in the Sherman administration will be paying for housing, healthcare, and education for your fellow citizen. But that's it. That's all I got.
Kyra.
Oh, it's Kira.
Kira, excuse me.
And hi, y'all. I use they them pronouns. I'm just gonna share this. So the thing that I guess I would want under a Sherman presidency is not necessarily like I don't want to own things. I do want to be close to nature. So if it is at all possible and permitted by the indigenous community, I would like to be a part of the stewardship programs that they have, because I've always wanted to be like a ranger, a park ranger, but I was never hired as one because I'm disabled and I can only work 20 hours a week. And so I've never been hired. I've applied over and over again, even though I meet their qualifications. I just happen to be disabled, so I haven't been allowed. So I'd like to be close to nature, and I'd like to have like like a recycled house. You know, I'd basically like to live that like hippie life, but without all of the cultural appropriation that I see in some of the hippie communities. And I want to be able to raise children. I'd like to raise children trauma informed. I'd like to co-parent through the foster system, the reformed foster system, because I understand that parents usually and almost always want to be parents, but they are like needing help in some way. And sometimes that's just financial, which will be solved under the Sherman administration. I mostly just want to garden. Like that's all I really want to do. I just want to grow food for people because I feel like that's important and fun and helpful. And what I would ultimately like to do is just do whatever I can to enjoy life while also helping others at the same time.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that's so much like exactly like me and my wife are like I said, thinking about doing. We were talking about looking at that 40 acres, you know, and I would never mind giving up any land back to the indigenous people, or, you know, like it wouldn't be mine in the first place because.
Same, yeah.
But the point being is, I think that we all could benefit from something like that.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Cuddlefish.
So I had to think about this one for a few because I just keep thinking about how hard my grandmother's life was and the children that were taken from her. And I don't know, I feel like there should be some restitution for what she happened to her, but what can be done now? But that brought me to think I would want reparations for the children who were in the concentration camp schools, and the children that they had who were affected by the intergenerational trauma that came from that. I can't remember the original word for it because I always call them concentration camp schools. But that's what I would want.
Sugars.
There we go. I wanted to touch on that gardening conversation. There are so many empty lots in our cities. You know, opening up those lots for community gardens, going green, because lawns are colonization. To have a beautiful green lush lawn shows that you have money. Like, it was a form of destroying the vegetation. You know, there's no female trees. Planting female plants, learning the land and reconnecting to it. Muy importante. That's all I had to say.
Anybody else? Cool.
Can I
Those are
say
good
something
points.
controversial?
Absolutely.
I am so disappointed in all of you non-violent, people-loving humans. Nobody went for real revenge. Nobody went
gonna say
for
it,
real restitution.
but I'm being
I
nice.
can't say
Hold on.
what I'm
Actually, you didn't
thinking.
come to me yet. I didn't say what I wanted. I was just touching on the gardening. Okay.
I'm
Listen,
yelling
there's
at the-
people that
I'm
want
yelling at the-
equality. There's some that want justice, and others that want
Hold
revenge.
Hold
I'm
on. An
just
ass whooping ain't a ass whooping to me is not reparations. An ass whooping is just what's going naturally. I figured that was just already happened. I didn't know I
It's
needed to put it on
overdue.
the
That's
list.
what it is.
I'm just
Like, I
saying,
really legit just thought we was gonna do that already.
okay, I like things to be explicit. My bad.
Sorry. Okay, well then that was the unspoken thing that was on my list. I thought everybody kind of understood that was
Because,
coming
like,
because y'all
You
know
don't
that.
understand. So yesterday was Indigenous Peoples Day, right? And I encountered so many toxic mother flippers that were like Columbus Day, knowing that it's antagonistic, knowing that you're being hateful, knowing you're being ugly. And so for me, this is why I have the hardest time with white collar criminals, because it's not out of necessity, it's out of greed, it's out of malice. And so And that's what I'm saying. I can't stand people of color because you guys have been through so much. You are usually, unfortunately, taking the high road. Like, I just want some petty motherfuckers in my life. Like, I once asked people, if a Black person doesn't vote for me, do I still have to pay them reparations? And y'all was like, yes. And like, I just want some people to be trifling and petty right alongside of me. I just get in the mud.
Stay in the splash zone.
You know what? Quick before Sugar goes, I don't know, I might have been Allie, it might have been somebody else in a different live. I fully intend on buying a shirt whenever we get the merch that says my car no longer drives on the high road. Baby, I don't take the high road. Like I said, I just thought it was an unspoken thing that ass whooping was coming.
Was that idea?
Me too.
A user story?
Yes, I submitted it myself into a user story to make sure
Also,
that made it there.
There is also new merch. If you don't like Sherman, there's anti-Sherman merch available. For Sherman. Vote for that guy. He owns a golf course. We want you to buy the merch because the merch is how I pay my staff. My staff is more important than me. I know that I'm the figurehead, but they are the people that are doing the work. They are the people that are advocating for you before you even know that you need advocation. And they are the people that are doing the real work to change the world. So buy some shit, please.
So yeah, as far as the I thought I just so as far as the violence goes, like I've already offered to Nazi ass, you know, to see this like, you know, little 5'2", 125-pound Filipino girl beating on some white supremacist Nazi. I'll do it.
I'll videotape it.
Put me on TikTok.
I love
it. I asked him to do one for Joe Biden because that one's clearly Trump. So I asked him to do one for Joe Biden.
Where's that one?
They haven't done it yet because we ended up. What happened was we started talking about I roll with Sherman, and then the herbal culture of us was like, wait a minute, we should roll with Sherman. So that was a different shirt. So it looks like it's gonna go up blue probably by the end of this week. Ray is off of work today, so if that's a merch idea. But Mims, I've been told that they are working on it.
That's so cool. You know, as much as no, I probably wouldn't do this. I was gonna say if Donald Trump came out with a line that said "fuck Donald Trump," I might buy one, but I probably still wouldn't. But
I think we should just make that a whole shirt. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Joe Biden. Fucking Brown. Fucking Paul. Vote Sherman.
I should make a shirt that says "fuck that bitch Mims." Just sell that too.
Seriously. I was actually gonna say, Mims, I really do literally plan on meeting you. We need to make like a shirt that's on your side and on my side. That's like a Sherman Make Sense collab.
That'd be cool.
And then we
can have like "fuck that bitch" and then arrows.
Just stand next to each other. And then on the back it says "we fuck with each other."
Tenchi, can you please put that and type that in the chat real quick so I can turn that into a user story?
Yeah.
What I love about working with you guys is there's no bad idea. There's just an idea we haven't perverted yet.
You come up with it
yet, but rest assured, we will. Sugar.
I have to say, the nerd in me loves the D&D shirts. That's just great.
Oh, I have an idea. Sure, Jasmine. Do you have pop sockets for like phones?
Yep, we do.
Do you?
Yeah, down at the bottom.
Not those, right? Oh yeah, it is pop sockets. Yeah. That's cool. Damn.
We're gonna try to make it so we have pop sockets for all the designs.
That's so cool. Sugar.
Yeah, Blue, you are amazing per Twitch.
Love you too, Ray. I know who that was. Love you too, Ray.
Welcome back, Sugar. Did you have something you wanted to add?
I just want to show you what's happening right now. This is all what I folded already. I have one more basket in the
Can
thing.
I ask you a question? One irresponsible adult to a responsible adult. Why do you fold the clothes? Because one, you could buy them like I do, so tight that the wrinkles stretch out, but that causes yeast infection. So stay away from that. Two,
I cannot.
your kids are gonna ball them up anyway. The clothes get folded into the basket in the laundromat, and it never makes it to the drawer. So.
It's for the aesthetics.
So here's what's
Okay.
Who's aesthetics?
Why I hold it. I'm gonna
Mine.
So when it goes into the bag, it still stays somewhat folded. So as it cools, it's not all fucking crinkly and shit. And then they throw it in the drawers and it doesn't matter because it's already cool.
Okay, I got a quick. Oh, well, Blue's got their hand up.
Because I have Twitch, because I'm connected to the Wi-Fi in the house, so I have Twitch on my phone. I just wanted everybody to know when Jasmine was talking about, where are all the petty people? Story said, and I quote, "I'll be petty, but not about reparations. Hell no, off to find my lane." That is the response that all Nimbus folks, palm colored people, the global minority, I love y'all, but if you happen to be one of those categories, that should be your response. I'm gonna go find my lane. I ain't got no opinion about reparations other than let me help support y'all. Just my opinion, that's all I want to say. And also, Jasmine, you did have a question in the Twitch about how you intend on addressing the bias against the disabled community.
I have no intention of addressing anybody's bias against any community. If you hate each other today under Donald Trump and Biden administration, you will hate each other tomorrow in a Sherman administration. What I can do is make sure that we educate children on social education, emotional education. I can make sure that neurodivergence and neurotypical discussions occur, so that people who are neurodivergent and people who are neurotypical know how to work together. I can do those things, but I can't change an asshole into a human. I can't do that for you. And I'm not going to pretend to try.
And if that question was referring to making, the bias when it comes to public access, everything will be ADA compliant under a Sherman administration. So that bias in and of itself will no longer be a thing.
And for people that are like, how can you assure everything is going to be ADA compliant? We are planning to do kinetic walkable streets. And so that means that I need your asses out here walking so we can have renewable energy. And that means that people who use wheelchairs and other mobility aids need to be able to have access. They need to be able to fit on the sidewalk. This whole shit about making our environment for cars instead of people has got to go. And I'm one of the laziest motherfuckers around, I can tell you. But we need to just go ahead and put a rail system in that lets fat people like me get where we're going with dignity. And it lets people who are disabled get around, because a lot of times people are trapped in these towns with no way out because there's no access. Are you okay? You're making me nervous. What happened?
Are you okay?
Allie? You're on mute, baby.
Me? I'm mobility impaired, so this really affects me personally. What she's saying or what they're saying.
I think that's Allie. That's Allie getting emotional because finally somebody sees that community and is taking steps to seeing their humanity. That's Allie's tears of fucking right finally.
This happened to me before when I told someone about their salary. They started crying, and my secretary had to explain it to me that way too. I am sorry, Allie. I'm still a shitty person. I'm mad you don't own a zebra, and I've been telling everybody how you just living in this world without a zebra. So that's one shitty thing I do. And if you ask TikTok, I'm anti-indigenous and I'm I'm ableist. So I'm really a terrible person. Don't let the actual good things we're gonna do confuse you.
No, I had my hand up because I liked your White House idea so much that I was researching it. I thought the White House was problematic because it looked like a plantation home, but that is not correct. The White House is problematic because it was originally built by people who were
Oh, it's
place,
also still
and
problematic because it looks like a plantation home. That is still on that list.
and it wasn't even known as the White House until 1901. It was called the Executive Mansion.
Yep.
Why do we? That's just reinforcing the white supremacy in
But
the
we are going to paint
1900s.
it. I want to clarify. When I'm elected, we will be painting it. I'm thinking something similar to the colors above my head, or the colors on Blue's border, or perhaps that flag that infuriates so many people when Mim is on TikTok. But the whole thing is getting a remakeover. What people don't understand is my administration is not promising anyone a utopia. I cannot fix the malicious hatred. I can make it so people may, because you're not worrying about bills all the time, have an opportunity to be a little less of an asshole. You may, since you're not stressing about what your kids are going to eat or what they learn in school because we've switched the education system, you can be less of an asshole. I feel like if we take some of the pressures that are on people's backs, we might have a better society in general. But the biggest thing that I have yet to figure out is how to take someone who is literally hateful and help them see empathy. If you've got that answer, we can change this whole game. But I haven't figured that out outside of
Teach their kids.
But that's still not teaching them.
You're right. You're right. Sometimes,
Honestly, short of conversion therapy of some kind, I don't see. Now, when I was in
And
sixth
I'm
grade, they
against
made us do
conversion
the Trail of
therapy. I'm
Tears,
wholeheartedly against it.
and they made us reenact.
Now that's something I might try.
Reenact the
Stop
Trail
it.
of Tears in the Underground Railroad, and we were 12 years old, forced to reenact the traumatic events that people went through. And I think that gave me a lot of empathy for like people that didn't look like me. Plus, I had already like gone to a school that was majority people of color in my early education, so like. But that was traumatic. Like, kids were crying left and right because people were pretending to beat them with guns. And this was like through the school, the public school. So this was like paid for by the
Wow.
school
School is that?
system to take us to a camp to have us reenact the Underground Railroad and Trail of Tears at 12 years old.
wow.
Like, I still don't get what that weekend was really about. And we got to do a ropes course, so I guess that was fun. But, like, what was really the motivation behind that? Because this was back when they were still doing the Tecumseh stage shows in my state and stuff like that. So I still don't. It's
wow.
Let's try. I really don't understand the motivation of putting children through that experience.
I have no
As
idea.
if it's something fun to do.
I don't know. Profit.
Yeah, like, yeah. Sorry.
That's wild. That's wild.
That's crazy. Wow. Anyway, just like, wow. I was gonna say something about the disability question. Also, Jasmine, I've seen on like your backgrounds, and you've talked about a fair amount that you are like removing disability restrictions in your platform.
All of them, the marriage restriction, the asset
yeah,
restriction.
you should talk
Yeah.
about that because that is huge. You are the first politician that I've like ever heard like 100% firmly stand by removing all disability restrictions. And when I first heard that, I sobbed because I just, you know, it's a lot.
There's so many people that like are living in situations that we were forced into. What I personally hate, because I'm a literal person, and Blue will say it's neurodivergence. Someone will say it's because I'm too black and white. There's a lot of reasons for why I think the way I do. But I have a real fucking problem calling this the United States of America when if you go 20 feet, someone else is having a far different America than the other person. That's not united. That's land masses that are trapped in the same geographical location, and we're just pretending. There's nothing united about this country other than most of us are suffering. And so I want to make sure that people hear me when I say fuck states' rights, because that is what they're using to harm all of us. that was it. That
Yeah,
was
they're using it as like a, subjugation. They're using it to classify us as one type. Put us somewhere else. All these people believe in this. All these people follow this. All these people are this. It's ridiculous. It's dividing us. And, it's the divided states of America. That's what they're pushing.
Allie.
Disabled people were actually like banned from going into public, and it was legally allowed to beat and unalive them until like the 1970s or something. Right, that's why freak shows were a thing, because that was the only way those kind of people could survive. And that's why you saw them kind of disappear going into the more modern era, because these people were allowed to actually live lives outside of freak shows.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they took a third of my disability away just because me and my wife are married. A third of it.
You are married to a whole assassin, dude. You don't listen. I'm not trying to make her mad. I'm not trying to make her mad. Please know, Mrs. Mikey, I respect you and your craft. What I'm saying though is, while you out here killing them in these streets, he's killing them right here in these people's seats. I just want you to know y'all working together. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, you.
That's great too, because she sent me a picture this morning from her hotel window. Like, look, I can see the brand new Dollar Tree from my window.
AKA sniper seat. I hear you. I know it's gonna sound crazy, but people get sniped all the time. Things happen all the time. Assassins exist. I know you think I'm crazy for saying it, but they really do. There are people. We spend $7 trillion on mercenaries. It's in your budget. That's outside of your DOJ. That's outside of your DOD. 7 trillion.
Yeah, that's a monstrous number.
That's crazy. Allie. Oh, Blue.
Hey, so this is gonna kind of go back a little bit to the disability conversation of teaching people empathy. This is the thing. People can be taught empathy. The problem is having them actually utilize the empathy that they've been taught. There are natural empaths. There are empaths, and there are people who have and can learn empathy. Those are two different things. For instance, bedside manner. We've heard about bedside manner. That is in essence teaching someone empathy. I personally believe if we want to start the process of teaching it, those who historically and currently do not have empathy in any way, shape, or form, and we know who I'm talking about, the white folks. First and foremost, but they should all be put in jobs where a lot of times where empathy is required.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Like that there are current jobs where if you have zero empathy, you don't make it.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of jobs where I feel that would be the beginning steps of teaching them empathy. Beginning. For some of them, it's going to be a lifelong kind of situations. But if we're talking about truly trying to change the game, change the narrative of, especially for our disabled community, having them be in positions where, like, I don't want them to be in healthcare, but I'm going to use that as an example. But being a CNA, a certified nurse's assistant, that is a good, and this is what, and I am a CNA, but this is something that we will say, it's a glorified ass wiper. We are the ones that go in there, and if they are wearing adult briefs, we don't call them adult diapers, they're adult briefs. We're the ones that go in there to do that. We're the ones that deal with the sponge baths. We're the ones that do the hygienic stuff. You can't just be, and when you're talking about a bedridden patient or someone who may be paraplegic or quadriplegic or whatever, who is completely reliant on your strength your body in order to do these things to aid them, you do learn a certain level of empathy. You have to in order to do that job.
I completely agree. I even think
Yes.
there requires a certain level of empathy to be even in retail, because if you
Yes.
don't, then you get fired. It's not necessarily because you're going to turn away customers, but they don't want somebody to be necessarily outward asshole to customers. You know,
But
and I think
that would be my
should be an
suggestion.
absolute requirement for almost all Americans to work at retail. Work
Your
in
first
retail,
job,
be a
your first
server,
job.
something.
Your
And
exactly
then
your
on
first
top of
job
that-
out of high school should have been required to be some kind of service or hospitality job. Either one of them. If you are between the ages of 15 and 19, or excuse me, 15 and 20. We'll go with 15 and 20. Those ages, those 5 years, the only jobs that you should have ever been allowed to do were hospitality and service industry, because that, POTUS, I know you don't like it, but that's where a lot of us who are not naturally empaths, that's where a lot of us learned our empathy.
Why do you?
That's
why do
I
you?
guess
Why do you feel a way about that, Jasmine?
Because those are the people that get abused the most. Those, why would you put the population with the lowest intelligence or the lowest self-esteem to be hurt the most? I mean, I feel like if you're gonna say that those are places you go, like I have a problem with putting someone in a situation to get beat up on so they can learn to be a better human. I don't feel like that's the way to do it.
Wouldn't it start to teach the population that
Exactly.
hey, you need to
It would
treat people that
change
work
that.
for you better? You
No,
need to treat
I don't think you need to be abused to learn how not to abuse someone else.
I agree with that, POTUS. And what I'm saying is that not necessarily even, I personally feel that being in the hospitality and service industry, getting firsthand experience in what it's like to be treated like shit. So when you go out, you stop treating people like shit. I agree that we should not have to be in that position, but the question is not necessarily when Jasmine, we're talking about the here and now. And as long as we are stuck in this capitalistic place where the abuse is going to consistently happen, I mean, I personally don't know of any other jobs that get treated the worst. And that, like I said, that is where
Teachers
most
get
of us,
treated worse than
that,
any other
but
profession.
Okay, so teachers,
They are abused
even that.
physically, they are abused financially, and they're gaslit. And it's because it was an industry for women first. But teachers and nurses get the worst treat. Like if you want somebody to understand humility, make them a nurse. Because nurses walk into rooms and get told for all their expertise, you're not a doctor, you ain't shit. Yeah, you could keep me alive, but you nurses, I guess I just feel differently. I look at it differently and it's because I'm sober.
I'm going to say when it comes to the nurse, because my mother is a retired nurse, my mother has told me herself, and this is why I have kind of the opinion that I do. My mother would rather be a nurse than ever work in a bar or a restaurant, because she has seen how I was treated in the service industry. She would rather go back to working in hospitals than to ever have to work in a bar or a restaurant. That's the reason why I say service industry and hospitality. So I do get what you're saying 100%. And I don't want I personally, if we could find a way to teach this empathy without anybody ever getting abused, I'm for that.
Let me clarify. It's going to be part of my curriculum when I'm elected. So we have found a way to take that boomer mentality. You need to learn these lessons, but take our more humane approach of we can express, you don't have to bite the donut to know it's sweet. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that. Also, I do want to say earlier, you made a comment about the fact that this place is called the United States of America and there's nothing united. I would like to introduce everyone into a term that I was introduced to in 2020, the divided snakes of hysteria.
Ooh,
I like that. I like that. Because I always use the divided states of America because we're not united.
We are in a country full of snakes, all the politics. Divided snakes of hysteria.
That's awesome.
Use it at your leisure.
I'm gonna make it on a shirt and send you one.
So
what size do you wear?
I cannot. So it's not my term. I was introduced to that. That is
Okay.
not my original statement. I just wanted to introduce it to everyone
But
else.
if you, Mikey, if you design that shirt, I'd love to sell it on my website.
I can
I have
actually.
another one, Mikey.
If
I
only
have a thought,
if
too.
I have those kind of permissions. I don't like to tread on anybody's
the
words
person, the person who introduced me to that, I can reach out to him and ask if it is okay to put that on a shirt and get all of the release forms or whatever that you need to have signed just in case.
Yeah, that would be cool. Anything anybody comes up with like that, you know, I do not have any problem printing it up onto a shirt. I'm, like I said, I got lots of ink to burn.
I have a real quick. I have a great idea for some socks, Mikey.
Oh yeah.
On the feet of the socks.
That is hilarious.
Nice.
If you don't use that idea, Mikey, I'm going to 100% steal it.
Well,
So act now.
I think all you have to do is send me that, or I can find that pic.
I am a sock whore, y'all. Y'all don't
'Cause
understand.
I just made
have a
these.
huge bin of socks.
I
So
just
if this
made
is put on a sock,
Oh, that's cool.
I need it in my life.
That's cool. That's cool.
Lou, can you make that a user story for the Tread on Me Daddy sock?
Can do.
Thank you. I'm not
Alec.
passing up this quality moment.
I know, right?
Ooh, and then put on them.
one
Put them as hashtag memes. Make it make sense on the sock. That's gonna be my memes collab. The sock.
Hey, I love it. Thank you.
Got it.
Nice. Look at that. Throw around all kinds of brainstorming ideas.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it.
Sugar is still folding these
So one
damn- Has
Yeah,
everyone
floor's yours.
eaten?
Hold on, Allie's turn.
So one of my older kids recently started therapy, and they did come to me at some point, like after our initial session with the therapist, and said that they thought they didn't know what empathy was or how to feel it. And that is concerning, but like I didn't get mad at them for not knowing how to feel empathy, because they see me as a highly empathic person as the example, and they don't feel that deeply. So I gave them a hug, and I'm like, well, we'll go over this with your therapist, and we'll get there. You know, it's not like it's got to happen like right now, but like we're working on it. And I think a lot of people just don't understand when they look at empathy one way that it can be perceived a different way. They're not sure what empathy truly means. And in response to Blue saying the thing about nurses and service, my family on both sides is full of nurses, and I went into service industry. I became a chef because I couldn't stand to do the nursing thing after watching all of them deal with it. So the irony there.
I was a nursing major in college. I switched my major, and then I ended up working in the service industry. So, by the way, for those who don't know, the abuse for nurses does not start on the job. It starts in college. They say that it's getting them used to what they will experience in the workplace.
Oh, of course they do.
Ew, that's gross. Super
What?
gross.
Wow. Smoke.
I worked for 3 years at a pharmacy. It's now known as CVS Pharmacy, but it used to be Eckerd's Pharmacy. And I think that has to be something that's you're not abused necessarily. I have been verbally abused. Oh my God. But you know, when you're seeing people at their sickest,
Yeah.
you know, and you realize how good your life probably actually is for the day, because you ain't got A, B, C, and D going on. And it taught me a lot of empathy. It also taught me how to cuss. I never cussed in my life until I started working pharmacy. Oh my God. But you know, they're coming to you, they're sick, they're not well, they're whatever. And you know, I don't know, that taught me empathy for the public. That really did. It was a good balanced job. I mean, sometimes you would get the verbal stuff. It's usually because they ran out of their medication, or they're panicked, or their child's sick, or whatever. But I think pharmacy is a good balance.
Pharmacy is a good idea. Yeah, I learned a lot of empathy from going
Pharmacies are
through.
going away, though, y'all. You realize that, right? It's easier if we just ship you your medicine. Pharmacies are going away.
Yeah.
It's unefficient, they're not efficient.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my hand down because that was my
Plus, with the pharmacist denying medication.
Right.
Or
Is it the
costing
pharmacist or is
different
it
prices
the insurance
depending on where you go. Different prices for the same medicine depending on what pharmacy
Some
you go
pharmacists have religious beliefs and will not sell you certain medicines. Some of it is.
Wait a second.
And Walgreens stands behind that.
Facts, Mims. That is true. It is facts.
Mims, I can tell you've never had a vagina before.
No.
Yeah, so like just
I mean,
because
I've
you
had a
walk
vagina,
in,
but I've never had a vagina.
well, then you've never had a
I've
vagina.
never had a
What I'm
vagina.
saying is, you've never had a. Let me explain. Having a vagina isn't about the box. It's about the abuse you get for being femme presenting in a world that says you do not own your personhood. You do not own your flesh bag. You are a receptacle for some non-femme presenting person's desires, wants, and goals. So if you want medicine that the pharmacist specifically doesn't agree with, like weight loss medicine, it doesn't even have to be Plan B or birth control pills. Weight loss medicine, I've had doctors say we don't carry that because you are the way God intended for you to be.
There's arthritis and heart medication that is being denied to disabled people because of it's abortifacient or whatever.
Wow. Wow. Allie, do you have anything to add?
No, I'm good. Yeah.
Profit.
I think other people have had their hands up longer than I think. Tenshi, did you have your hand up before me? I think. Oh, okay. Okay. What I was gonna say, I had a couple things. Back to first, like what Blue had been talking about like different people being like in service industry versus like ways to like learn empathy on that sort of conversation. For context about myself, like I am autistic, but I also started working when I was like 11 or 12 and worked until I was like 20 and then stopped being able to. But in that time, I worked as a nanny. I worked for several years in a retirement home. And in that retirement home, I worked in the food section. I worked in housekeeping. And I would sometimes help out with like nursing things. My grandmother is like pharmacy tech and was like a nursing tech for a long time. And I worked with her there. And then I also was a server. I was a busser, all in the span of like 8 years as like a child. But I've worked in I also worked at Old Navy. I worked like in so many different like avenues. And I've seen a lot of people who have become better people through learning empathy in like all those different jobs. But I've also seen a lot of people who take the anger and the hate and the vitriol that they get from people in those situations, and instead of like growing from it and learning to have empathy from it, they choose to sort of weaponize it and turn it back out to the rest of the world and sort of perpetuating and continuing that cycle. So I think that there's some people where when you put them in that situation, they don't know how to handle it and like take it out and cope using like those unhealthy skills. But I think that like in conjunction with like societal changes and like therapy and like other like things that you need to become a better person, I think that that's like a really, really true like way for people to gain empathy who either weren't like born understanding it, or who, you know, like haven't had to have it or haven't had to use it in order to get by and stuff like that. Like I personally have existed in a place where like when I was very young, I didn't understand exactly what the word empathy meant from like an autistic standpoint. But I've also always been someone who picks up on other people's feelings, like have felt that like connection of like what some people call an empath. I don't really describe myself as that, but I exist in a place where like textbook wise and to describe it. And like in therapy, I had to have therapists who explained it to me and said, okay, this is what it is. This is what it looks like. And I said, okay, I understand. And this is how to apply it in all situations. But like, I have existed in this weird spot. So I think it's both something that people like learn and are born with. So I think that everyone who like talked about that is like so on. I'm starting to like ramble, but that is like covering all the stuff that I wanted to say.
Awesome.
Twitch
Next.
said this really hard word, and I just want you guys to have it. Methotrexate. I don't know. Methotrexate. Someone that cannot express emotion.
Can I jump in real quick because I have to go by a break, but I did want to say one thing about what Prophet said, which is about people on the spectrum and empathy. I don't know if there have been any studies about this, but I do know what my therapist over the years and my children's therapist, including the one that diagnosed my youngest, one of the things that I've always heard is that even though people who are on the spectrum may not know what empathy is by definition, because of the way we process emotions and we are natural empaths. We are natural empaths. We just need to learn what empathy means. And we are also some of the better ones to teach empathy because we don't let the way that we communicate a lot of times, we don't let our own emotions get in the way. We're just going to teach you the facts. We're going to teach you what empathy means. We're going to do all of those things. So I just wanted to throw that out there that that this is what the information I've gotten from professionals about people who are autistic people or people that are undiagnosed, but like myself, I am self-diagnosed. But my level of my empathy, I have come to realize stems a lot from being on the spectrum. So there's that. I'm going bio break. Love you.
While they're on a bio break, people need to remember to eat. I just ordered myself some fish and French fries. Trina, I'm expecting to see you eat something. Tenchi, I haven't seen you consume food, smoke. None of y'all have been chewing anything. Mims, I ain't even seen you eat no pumpkin seeds in like 20 minutes. Come on, y'all. And take your medicines.
I ate them all. They're all gone. I ordered food. Everybody drink your water.
I'm doing things around the house. Okay.
I wanted to say something about empathy, and I'm not speaking on the spectrum aspect, but I'm just going to say, based off of being here on this earth for 39 years and dealing with, look, Mims, don't hate. Being on this earth for 39 years and just seeing how, especially with this election, and just seeing how divided we are, especially when it comes down to men, Black men, not all Black men, but some Black men. Empathy has to be not learned, but an experience. I think that's the only way that they'll get it. It has to be something that happens traumatically to them in order for them to understand that you just cannot treat people like shit. And I just, I know that I'm having kind of like not a bias, but I feel that there are some people, and again, I'm not talking about the people that are on autistic spectrum. Usually people that are autistic are automatically more empathetic than the normal people that are walking around who barely would wear a mask to protect their fellow citizens. This is stuff that is going to have to affect them in order for them to understand empathy. I don't think that it can be learned via like reading. I've seen some people literally yelling at people for no reason. It has to be something that has to affect that person in order for them to understand empathy. And that's just my opinion. Because I hear people say it has to be something that's taught in school. It has to be something that's taught in school, and they have to live it also. I'm very big on my kids. If they do something or if they say something, I correct them right away. How would you feel if somebody do that to you? How would you feel? You know, I put them in that experience. How would that make you feel? And they would say, that will hurt my feelings. Don't you ever say that to that person. Don't you ever treat that person that way. And there's some people, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay. And there's just some people out here, especially with this new climate with, you know, just this Republican versus Democrat versus liberal. There are some people out here that just lack it from the inner being, and they're mainly white people. Terrifying. That's all I'm gonna say. I love you guys.
It sounds almost like the lack of empathy comes from privilege.
Yes.
In one way or the other.
That's why I said the only way that, to me, those type of people will get it until it affects them on a personable, like with Kanye, the stupid shit that he said, it has to affect him financially, physically, emotionally, in order for you to understand that you cannot say dangerous shit like that about the Jewish people. And guess what happened? Somebody burnt down the Jewish temple. By your rhetoric, somebody did that. Yeah. So it's just, it has to affect people in certain situations. Certain people get it. I guess you can call me an empath. I see it on the face. If I see a person who looks off, I'm like, oh, this person is going through something. I can catch it right then and there. And that makes me as a person be ultra nice to them. But then I also damage myself. So it's just I just wanted to say that you can teach it all day, but it has to sometimes just hit them like a ton of fucking bricks. That's it. I love you guys.
Next.
Is Jasmine back? Oh. It might not be back. So my thing is that, especially, you know, I've hardly ever worked in retail. I mean, I volunteered at a bingo hall, and that was kind of fun. I've had, you know, smoke in my face, blown in my face. And I think I was like 18 at the time.
If it was fun, it wasn't retail.
Well, again, part of it was fun because of the people I was working with.
Sure.
But it was not fun because all of that crap.
Yeah.
But I feel like at some point, the people who do watch, look, I am all for drama and whatnot, and I love watching the Karen videos. But the fact is that these Karens should be put in their place. Yeah. Should be working. I feel like it should be a law that if they are found to be video recorded and found Karening or Kevining, they should work in the job that they Karened to, like
a community service thing.
Yeah, for business. 2 months.
Interesting.
For 2 months, because a lot can happen in 2 months.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you see the Starbucks interaction that I posted?
Yeah.
Like the one in Charlotte?
Yeah, in North Carolina. Yeah.
Yeah, that asshole. Oh, she was a bitch.
The N-word. Full on said it. Said it with no fear. What did you think she's behind?
It was like a woman dude who basically the energy dude. The dude who was going from house to house.
Yeah, Progress Energy.
And instead of saying neighborhood, he said real easily.
Yeah, and that just rolled out of his mouth like he's used to saying it. Yep. That was wild.
Definitely, I'm sorry.
So we're gonna get rid of any of these affluent laws, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, because it's ridiculous when, like that kid who killed everybody in a car wreck when he was drunk. Oh, my parents didn't teach me that it was not okay to drink and drive.
You know what? And that's the thing.
And then they get a slap on the wrist and some probation for killing a family in a car.
And I mean, also, Rittenhouse.
Exactly.
Rittenhouse. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm so angry.
Next.
Can I take part of Tenchi's idea? Because since you said that it's warranted, and oh, sorry, my phone was turned up. But POTUS was talking about when we were doing the fantasy reparations and what we would all want kind of situation. My brain immediately just came up with a new reparation to add to my fantasy list of, yes, instead of in place of that ass whooping that POTUS was talking about, that is my reparation. I know POTUS does not feel that they should have to be in a position of abuse, but those that y'all are talking about, all them fuckers, that's my reparations. Everybody that is of the boomer generation, and make them take the service industry job, because those is the ones that more often than not treat people like garbage. So instead of whooping that ass, let their own behavior turn around and bite them in the ass and make them take the hospitality and service industry jobs to learn that empathy. Because I understand that we're going to teach the children in schools, but these fuckers aren't in school. So how we going to teach them? Put them in those jobs. Nurse in the service industry, the hospitality, the medical, even, you know, all of those jobs that we've been talking about thus far, those who get treated badly. So I just wanted to throw that in my reparation list. Boomers and before get those shitty ass jobs that we all get abused doing, so they can learn empathy.
Oh yeah, especially when you hear them like, oh, minimum wage jobs, there's them for high schoolers, and then when they want to go get lunch and they're complaining about it,
or that whole myth of
and then their tip is smile more.
Yeah, what is it they call
out of here?
The unqualified, but the not uneducated. What is the word that they call jobs like fast food and all? Yeah, my brain just drew a blank.
Non-skilled.
Unskilled labor. Mm-hmm. Unskilled labor. They all should be required to take the quote-unquote jobs of those in the because there's no such thing as unskilled, and I will say that as someone who is
unskilled. I went to school for the thing they call unskilled.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. So there's unskilled jobs. That's my reparation. Make them take those quote unquote unskilled jobs.
Oh yeah. So not only fast food industry, but make them also go into the fields of whatever to pick whatever they want to complain about illegally their jobs. They can go ahead and do that.
Can I be petty and take Senshi and Blue's thing then? Because when people tell me all the time, if you give people UBI, if you give people reparations, no one is gonna want to work anymore. So can I say, or should I say, then we'll mandate it so you be the person to take those jobs? Because that's what they want for other people, right?
Yes, mm-hmm. I agree 100%. Yes, any of these ideas, anything that comes out of my mouth that you can utilize to turn it into an educational point or something to help in any way, shape, or form, you have my full consent with this panel of people and Twitch and YouTube hearing me say this. This is Blue and Jasmine. Use anything that I say to help for the collective betterment.
And we're gonna go back to the hands. Kira, am I saying that right? Did I pronounce it right?
Yeah, I kind of forgot what I was gonna say, but I do think that we should take like a 10-minute just like a break for everybody, because I feel like FOMO is keeping a couple people on here who need to go and do things, a couple people being myself. But I don't know, if you don't want to, that's fine. It's just an idea. Over.
We're gonna be on until maybe around 2, and then I've got to go. If y'all need to take a break, we can pause these hard topics and just kind of have like a little vibe session if we want. But I do want to get through these 3 hands up. Isms, what's up, friend?
All right, so like weekend before last, one of my alters called 911 and mentioned suicide work. So the cops show up. I tell them to get off my property. I'm talking trash. They handcuff me, and they decide on the spot to 5150. They took me in cuffs, put me in the back of a police car. Hadn't committed the crime, hadn't done shit. I called to get a paramedic out. What I should have done is called the PERT, which is the team that comes first. But, you know, my panicked brain did not think that. So I was taken to the hospital at night. During the night, the nurses were nice. They allowed me to get up and walk around. As soon as day shift happened and they closed my door And I opened it back up and like wanted to talk to my nurse, and they were saying, "You've already talked to your nurse, da 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 da. Get back on your bed." So I sat on my bed, and they're, "No, you gotta lie down." And then I got strapped down and drugged until they moved me to the psychiatric unit. Where they finally at least came with my medicine, because I've been asking for my medicine and a nicotine patch, and they provided nothing.
Wow.
And it was all because of a shift change and one dickhead nurse.
Wow.
But as far as empathy is concerned, I was in a lab last night. The Kardashians were a topic, and we were talking. What came up was that she got a new psychological issue every month. She got too many. You practice empathy starting here. I've heard somebody in here right now just say normal people, like it's something that slips out of our mouths without thinking. Ain't no normal people. And Kim Kardashian could be Kim Kardashian all day long. Ain't none of our fucking business what her psychological makeup is. So I would say,
Thank you for the correction. That was me. And I actually thought about that after I finished. I said, what is normal people? Like, we are all our own individual human self, regardless of whatever we're going through. And I thank you so much for correcting me on that.
So I heard that too, and then I saw you pause a little bit, and I was like, oh, I wonder if she's like, oh, maybe I'm gonna change how I say it next time.
If you're looking for the opposite of autism or neurodivergent, allistic is the opposite of autistic, and neurotypical would be the opposite of neurodivergent, if that was the language you were looking for.
yes, I know. Yes, it is. Autism is real, and so is neurotypical. But damn, I forgot what I was going to say. Fuck.
We were talking about normal, the term normal. We're talking about empathy and...
Yeah, empathy doesn't exist. You have to be friends with somebody and personally like them to empathize with them. That is what I've found. Now, me, I got forced, all of my alters got forced back down. I can't bring them back up. So this is Dennis up front by himself. And so I can't experience empathy like this. I don't experience emotions really like this. When they did that, they forced all my alters back down because I had just gotten them out. Like I had just started really being able to shift, and keep alters to the back that don't need to be out front. But that got fucked up. So, empathy, I have found that if people do not find you personable, empathy doesn't exist.
That's a good point too. That's a very good point. Allie. Ooh, I hear somebody at my door. I'll be right back. Behave. Oh.
Yes, Dad.
Behave. That's cute. Behave. Every time he walks away, he always tells us to behave. I'm like, do we ever? Right? Never.
That's like telling the kid, "Hey, here's the cookie jar. Now it's on the counter. Don't get into the cookie jar."
Oh. So at some point we did. We were good. One other time. One other time.
Is my shirt offensive to YouTube? Is that allowed? I've been trying to keep it down, but like, is that allowed on YouTube? I don't know what YouTube's thing is.
I think anything goes. I don't know.
YouTube has 2 ratings, for children and not for children. So if we're already on not for children, we're fine.
But more importantly, we're wasting time not talking about moist things. We're not being the moist status. We're not delivering the moist tunes. I just want to say I'm disappointed, and I hope you know that y'all are putting your moist status at risk.
I love moist. I love moist. I mean, no one ever got excited about damp cake. My
My moist status is
I like
never
moist
at risk.
lemon pound cake. I like lemon pound cake, and it's moist.
With milk.
Oh, no. I'm just letting my friends know that my phone might die in a moment. I'm about to be out of here. But my phone might die. But I was going to say, I want mandatory max sentences for 3 generations on every single family that checked the Caucasian box.
Oh, shit. All right.
Damn, I believe in
I'm
that.
here
prison
for it.
as
Well, shit, sugar. Tell me how you
Wow.
really feel, fam.
Sugar, I don't
Ouch.
know
What
about
fucking box am I supposed to check?
I thought
I'm
was
Caucasian.
doing
I'm
really give a lot of
shockingly
boxes.
Caucasian.
For
I'm
like
talking
people with Irish, German, Scottish, any kind of that descent.
Like the deep stuff, not like, oh, you like we're jaywalking. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like Brock Turner type shit.
Okay.
I'm talking
Agreed.
about talking about those big families that throw money at all their problems.
Jaywalking shouldn't even be a law. That's Jim Crow shit anyway.
It's a
We
poor
just
person
outlawed it
tax.
here in California.
It's a poor person tax. Usually jaywalking happens and it's poor people because we're in a hurry to get to where we gotta go. Sometimes we gotta like cut across all those things. It's another poor tax.
Just like the dildos.
I watched a cop stop a
Dildo.
14-year-old on a skateboard.
Right?
For using a crosswalk. I watched a cop stop a 14-year-old with a backpack because he had a skateboard in his hand because he was using the crosswalk in downtown
How
Columbus,
miserable
Ohio.
are those
I watched it with my own eyes because he was black.
Wow.
So
He was
have
trying
you
to
guys
catch the bus.
Screaming.
have you guys ever seen any of those horrific videos? I can't even remember. It was, I think, a couple years ago I saw them, and it was 2 good friends, white guy and a black guy, and they would pretty much dress in the exact same attire. They were both carrying an AK-47 just on their back, and they would do a test, and they would just walk down the same side of the street doing the same thing, and the cops would stop the white boy, and they'd be like, "Hey, what are you doing? Is that registered? Blah 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 blah." Yeah. What do you think happened with the black guy? Guns out, dropped to the ground, blah 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 blah. And this was just, and I think they were young adult, college students, I think. I'm gonna have to find that again, but
I've seen.
Hey, I'm sorry. Can I cut in real quick? Because I want to address something in the comments. Like, I wasn't saying not to have empathy or that we don't need to have empathy for people that are strangers. I was saying that what I found is that people don't like you or you're not cool or whatever, and you're not their friend, they tend to either not do their job or not give a shit.
And to take
Bullying
that
begets
further,
apathy.
once you're identified as someone with disabilities, whether they're physical, mental, invisible, visible, whatever, once you're identified as someone with a disability, God forbid you have a bad day.
right.
You're gonna lose all
100%.
whatever empathy you accumulated the second you're not someone's inspiration porn. Oh, they're so strong. Oh, they're so tough. Oh, they have such a good attitude. They're always in such a good mood,
Facts.
even though. But then the second they have a bad
And then
day,
it turns
it's
into,
like,
what's wrong with you?
My previous
Why are you
job,
crying?
when I worked in the bar,
Puff up.
they all know about my like the way that I am about note days and all these other things. The minute I had a note day, that was it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Can I
It's
just jump on
astounding,
that
isn't
really
it?
quick? My son, when my son got evaluated, as soon as they found out that he was autistic, anytime that he would act up, it was like a big old ordeal. We had to have all types of meetings. It was like it really pisses me off how he's having a bad freaking day, lady. Like, come on, I don't have to have a meeting with you. Let him have his time out. And he usually now he knows how to deal with his anger. But it really kills me. The kids get it the worst to me, in my opinion. And it's just like, it's just sad. I'm sorry. I won't cut out again because Mim's giving me that look.
No.
Mims, Mikey
I'm
was
sitting here
telling-
listening.
Mikey told us a story while you were gone, and I put a video, Mikey. I don't know if this is the correct video. If Mims could share it after everybody shares, but it's about the black open carrying versus white open carry.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that before, and yeah, it was highly upsetting. And see, you know what? When it comes to the workplace, like people look at me like, oh, cute little Sarah. Yes, my name is also Sarah. And then it's like, you know, I drop a fuck. And then they're like, oh, clutch my pearls. She said a curse word. I was like, I'm fucking human, dipshits.
I just clutched my pearls too, Tenchi. How dare you speak like that?
I do have a question for Tenchi. It's kind of prejudice though.
Yes.
How often do you get the math question?
So I get it subtly. I get it hella subtly. Where it's like, oh, well, like, you know, can you do this for me? And I was like, what is this? And then like, oh, it's math and blah 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 blah. And I'm like, the fuck I know. And then they look at me like surprised, and I'm like, dude, I'm Asian, but doesn't mean that we all Asian the same way.
I'm Asian, not a calculator. I'm Asian, not a calculator. That's what you need to start telling them.
No, Tenchi, you should have been like, I Asian through martial art. Like, you just picked a different thing.
You should just give them the wrong answer.
Like,
You're a stereotype.
Asian, like, you know, people look at me and like, oh, you know, like, are you a nurse?
Here,
give them the
I
wrong
have,
answer.
I have the perfect thing that you do, even if it is your coworkers. Just start speaking Tagalog at them as if you no longer speak English. Period. It will throw them off.
Sadly, I don't know that much
Tagalog. They're going to stereotype you like that because that is racism in and of itself. Believing that all Asians are great at math. Okay, you want to stereotype? You want to bring the racism in? Just start speaking Tagalog, no matter what.
You know, and that's the thing where I kind of like bring it up, where I'm like, dude, I'm Asian, but I don't math. I don't math. I'm horrible at math.
You
like
should
asking, hey,
pretend
do you know
that
Kung
you're
Fu?
good at math. The next time they're like, you should do these problems for me, just do them and put the wrong answer.
I have dyscalculia, so I know math. I do not math at all for any reason. I have a Vietnamese friend named
the
Peter.
other night, you liar, you math.
No, I didn't math. Y'all math. I came up with words. I'm a word person. I don't do the numbers.
I'm an engineer. I math all the fucking time.
Nope. See, some Mims is the person you go to. I have a Vietnamese friend that when I first met him, he was like, by the way, yes, I am the stereotype. I'm great at math. That was the first encounter. And I was like, bro, I wasn't even going to ask you that, but thank you for letting me know that you can be my personal calculator. I appreciate you. And this is a person that is a really, really close friend of mine. That was actually how we became such good friends so quick, is because he would be like, I'm not this stereotype, I am that stereotype. And I would be like, look, bro, like, I'm not that stereotype, but I'm like, we would go back and forth and making jokes about how white people see us as people of color. And that was the foundation of our friendship. And now this is the person who is like family for me. So
no, I
know that white people can, in fact, bring us closer together.
It's the fact that like I still get the question of, you know, when did you come to this country? I get the looks, or at least my husband and I get the looks of like looking at him, then me, then him, then me, either because they're calculating either how did one get with the other, or did one buy me? Or did
my God. Are you serious?
Okay, but have you seen, time out, Tenchi is a whole 20 and their husband, gorgeous, love those nipples, but he does it. You do sometimes be like, he must be loaded or he's got the kang thing, because Tenchi is a whole 20. That's all I'm saying, Tenchi.
You're not 21?
No, like they hot.
No. Oh, 20. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Tenchi, you've been lying about your age this whole time.
But also, you guys, I do want to say, please check out what Takata was talking about in the comments. This is an issue that recently occurred. The cop was fired, but there's no charges been brought against him.
Which is
I was fortunate.
Sitting in the car eating donuts.
Oh yeah.
Nothing happened?
Nothing. Well, he got fired.
Wow. He tried to pull him out of the car, and then he shot at him, right?
All he got was fired.
Because the guy, you could see the boy was shocked. Like, if you saw the video, like, how would you feel? Somebody opened up your door, you're like, what the hell? And then he was just like, get out the car. He was like, for what? Like, he didn't know what was going on. That boy is in critical condition, and I pray that he loses his pension, his job, everything, because that was not procedure.
And go to prison.
Yeah.
Yes, he needs to go to prison.
Yeah.
Oh,
We opened up a
have you
door
guys
on
seen
the-
that
on
whole,
the-
like,
follow procedure.
on Patriot Act? Actually, Hassan Minhaj did a whole entire episode about police and police unions. So that was a very interesting thing to look at, to watch and learn, because the police union is bullshit.
It really is. And
Really
they
is.
call all the time for donations. I would never donate to them.
Oh.
Never.
Oh yeah,
Ever.
I have
I
fun
hang
with
up
them.
on it
I have
every time.
so much fun.
Sheriff call
When
me
they
all the
call
time.
me,
So
when they call me up, I'm like, "Have y'all stopped killing minorities?"
I will tell
And
y'all
then they're
down
like,
I just tell them I'm
and I
donating
was
to the fire
How about
department."
you call me
I-
back when they stop singing "fuck the fire department" or "fuck the police department"? You
I
know,
will
I'd
tell
rather
you
kill
right
the
now,
fire
in
department because there's no
Mississippi,
song called "fuck the fire department."
in Mississippi, in Alabama, like all of the Gulf Coast states, a lot of Black people do donate to the police union for one reason and one reason only. Because here, they mail you a sticker that you can put on your back windshield, and cops know that sticker means that the only way to get it is if you donate to them. So they think that you support them, so they're less likely to pull you over and harass you.
Wow.
So if you don't
Yep,
donate
yep.
a dollar,
My dad has
donate
one of those
$2,
stickers.
that is, if you see it on a Black or a brown person's car, 9 times out of 10, that's why they do it, because cops down here are less
protection.
likely to mess with you, because they're like, oh, you're one of the good ones because you donated to the police union.
Wow.
And there's also another funny fact that the police union, their whole entire thing was stolen from the fire department's the fire department's union. So they basically colonized fire department the union status stuff.
During protest days, when they would have NOPD lined up against the road, they would also have the fire department and EMTs and stuff like that. That would be sporadic. So we would be like, fuck you, we like you, fuck you, we love you, fuck you, keep doing what you're doing, fuck. Like, we went down the line, like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck. Yep.
What I'm hearing is we need to
Allie,
counterfeit some of those stickers.
Alec.
Oh, that lady
Yes,
in
sorry.
Colorado that was hit by a train while cuffed in the back of a cruiser survived, but I don't think they're gonna charge anyone because they're calling it a jurisdictional error. The female officer chased her from the jurisdiction she came from. The officer that pulled her over was where she was. She cuffed her and put her in his car. So he claims he didn't know she was back there, even though he was literally standing by the door, and you could hear her talking to him in the video, like directly saying, like, that's a train. Like,
They found a loophole.
They're going, what's that sound?
They found a loophole.
And the girl is in the car going, that's a train. Like, get me out of here.
was
You know,
talking.
like,
That's what I
he
said.
thought-
She was
he thought he
talking.
cleared
I didn't know she
tracks,
was back
too,
there.
And it's like, the door was open. He was standing next to. How do you not know she was in there?
Wow.
No, like you
They
left
knew.
her in
They
there
knew she was
because
in there.
she had a menacing call on her because she supposedly drew a firearm, and it was a menacing threat. So they, yeah, they did that.
I drew on a cop once. Didn't point it at him, but I drew on a cop once. You know what happened to me?
They were
Nothing.
so preoccupied with
Nothing.
searching her vehicle to find that gun that they just let her get hit by a train.
My brother got he was messed up when he was younger. He was into some bad stuff, and he actually tried running my mom down with a pickaxe, and he stabbed it into the back door right as she had closed the back door. You know, the whole thing. Called the police. The police brought the ambulances out and blah blah blah. But my brother would not drop that pickaxe. Nope. They did nothing to him. Ended up tackling him. You know, got the pickaxe away from him. Nothing. I mean, they didn't even pull their guns out or anything.
Oh, comment. I saw
I'm
a video.
gonna munch on food, but let's just go down the line as we see him. When you're done, just please put your hand down, and then I'll be the next person to talk.
Can I
And
ask that
hydrate.
we
Hydrate.
can I ask that we change topics if at all possible? Well,
Yes.
actually, I don't know if she already left. I think she already left. The cop talk is very triggering for quite a few of our panelists right now.
Agreed.
And Tizzy signed off because of that particular topic. So if we can change that, it would be greatly appreciated.
I just wanted to share that lady made it because I know we had talked about her before. And Jasmine had thought she died in the train, but like she actually made it. And I wanted to share that like good news, like she's gonna pull through.
Thank you so much, Allie. I did think she died. I later learned that she was in critical condition. Thank you so much.
Let's go. I want to respect these people that have their hands up. And after these three people, let's all be done with the police talk. And then please send the invite back. And let's sort of categorize that as triggering topics. And then why don't we end up having like a triggering topic day so that we can talk about these things and that people end up like understanding that some of these things may be a little intense. And then they could just message in the chat and say, hey, when we're done talking about this, can you send me another invite? I can't. And we'll be like, yeah, sure, fine.
I'm
so we're
gonna
go down the road.
I'm gonna message Tizzy on TikTok just to let you know and let her know that we're gonna finish this conversation and then that it'll be okay.
And then
if she has
we're
the
done with
capacity.
after we're done with these three hands, could you message Tizzy again and say that we're done with the cop talk? All right, I'm gonna munch. Let's go down the line. Start with Smoke.
Hey yo, yeah, I'm not with wasn't gonna talk about cop talk. We were talking about empathy earlier. My oldest, when this pandemic happened in 2020, it was hard pressed to get her to wear a mask. Her friends wasn't, it's Florida, you know, her friends wasn't wearing them and all this other crap, but she wasn't really going places. And then when my mom got sick, I noticed a change in her. I didn't have to give her dirty looks to put on a mask anymore. I didn't have to, cut my eyes at her. I didn't have to say, hey, look, I know this is ultra annoying, but you need to, seriously, we're going into a store, put it on. She completely changed her life. Even now, she still wears them. She still carries all her sanitizers. We have sanitizer stuffed in every orifice in my car. Yeah, and she's one of those, unless it directly impacts her, it doesn't get through to her, unfortunately. And I'm sorry it took the death of my mom to catch her attention and my in-laws' attention, because they suddenly started taking it very seriously too, because they're the older demographic. So yeah, that was all I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. So, thank you. Have you done Smoke? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna say two things about the cop, and then I am done, because it is kind of triggering. My cousin and my uncle are cops. One is a detective. One is just in communications. And when you have a family member that's a cop, in New Jersey, they would give you like a badge thing saying that you are a family member's, they would give you like a badge thing or whatever. So if you get pulled over, you can give that to the cop. And they would usually, yeah, like in New Jersey, I'm just saying for New Jersey, they would, Mims, they would give you like the badge thing, and on it would say family members cop, and it can kind of get you out of a ticket or something like that. Or they would take like the badge number and let the person know like, oh, we took this from this person, just to let you know your family member was in trouble. So I still have mine. If I get pulled over, I never give it, because I don't want to like throw my cousin under the thing, whatever. But I wanted to know, have any of you guys experienced that? Because I don't think it ever worked for any like a person of color. But I wonder, like, if you got those badges, did it ever work? And then the second thing I wanted to say really quick before we go and talk about that is, I forgot. That's the question I have. That's it. I'm sorry.
Is it open to anybody to answer? I don't have one, but this is how one of the organizations that I was not a member of, but worked closely with in New Orleans. This is how a lot of us found out that this person came from a cop family, is because we were caravanning somewhere for a protest. Of course, the cops got involved harassing because they knew that we were coming. Got pulled over, and that person whipped out that good old, my dad's a cop. And lo and behold, none of us had any issues with the cops, but we did get a firm talking to as adults. And we had to turn around and go back where we came from. But they do apparently work, at least in Louisiana. And when I say that was not a pleasant conversation necessarily that took place after we found out this person came from a cop family, because there were in fact ulterior motives. That's another thing. Those just understand they really are everywhere. If you come from a family, a lot of times, especially in the Black community and the brown community, they will utilize their family members. They will not even intentionally tell them that they are spies, but they will use them for that purpose. Because when you come home, if you're a kid of a cop, you want to talk to your family about some of the stuff that you did. This is stuff that thinking that you're talking parents to child, and it's just a fact. It's not. They use it. But they do get us, it did get us out of people going to jail that day. I will say that. So to answer your question, Katrina, it could potentially get you out of tickets and big trouble, but also knowing how sometimes those things are being utilized. Just be mindful of what you say.
Kira, I think you had your hand up first.
Oh, when y'all wanted to change the topic from cops, I had some good news about my local area. So, my local library has been super great for a lot of reasons, because they facilitate a lot of social programs that make things more accessible for homeless people, much to the dismay of the Nimbus people, because they don't like the quote unquote homeless problem around the Everett Public Library. But a new thing they just started that I just found out about like yesterday is a seed library. And so you can donate seeds that you've saved from your own garden, seeds that you have from your own like storage, and you can also take up to 5 packets, which isn't a lot, but it also kind of is when you think about it, because a lot of these packets can cover up to like a 10 by 10 area with one plant. So if you have a 10 by 10 area and you pick out the right companion plants, you can grow 5 different plants in 10 by 10 and fill up all your space, because educational moment, if you companion plant, you don't have to worry about spacing out your plants as much, because the reason you have to space out plants is because they transmit diseases to one another. They choke each other out because they need the same resources. But if you put 2 different plants that work well together right next to each other, and I'm talking with like 2 inches, sometimes that's helpful to them and even better than just planting plants by themselves. So that's some good news. Seed libraries are awesome. Look into one. If you don't have one, it's super simple to at least start like a Facebook group of seed saving and sharing. And the closer we are to food sovereignty, the closer we are to giving more freedom to people across the states. So that's some good news for y'all.
That is great. I've never heard of seed library.
Did you say that was up in?
Idea. Love it.
Did you say that was in Everett?
Yeah, Everett, Washington.
Yeah. Me and my wife grew up in I grew up in Kitsap County, and my wife grew up in Skagit, so we know that area very well.
I'm in the Mukilteo area, so.
Yeah, we used to live up in Concrete.
Oh wow, the world is small.
Yes, it is.
That's
That's
cool.
a good note to end on, Mims. Positive.
It is, but we still have hands up.
Oh shit! You said 2 o'clock. My bad. I'm trying to keep
I
a
know,
schedule.
I know. Well, it's kind of a loose schedule, so
I also forget
Hey,
that
now,
you
it's only
mean
1
2
o'clock
o'clock
here.
your. Yeah, that's exactly it. I have to remember that we're talking about Eastern time, not
East
Central
Coast.
time.
East Coast.
I think that Stephanie had her hand up in reference to the police conversation. That was going to be the third comment, I do believe, because you said that there were 3, and I didn't want to cut her off if they wanted to say something about that as well.
Okay. And then after Tenchi, let's talk gardens too. Let's end on that. I like that. I like that, Jasmine.
My comment was actually about that, so I'll wait until after Stephanie.
Most excellent.
Yeah, I threw what I was going to say in the chat down. I was just going to say, from my experience in New York State, they do have those cards, and just smaller towns and cities, they definitely do like name relationship dropping, like, oh, I'm cousins to so and so, gets you out.
Gotcha. Blue, do you have anything else?
The name dropping, by the way, is because, like I put in the chat, fake accountability. They think because you're a family member of a cop that they're going to hold you accountable. They don't. It's bullshit. But on to gardening. So the seed library thing, that is, there are some that have popped up in Louisiana, but I wanted to add on to that because this is something that we started doing over there in the quarter, because we know that there are people that don't have like cars and things like that to necessarily get to the library. So if you do, and once you start, like when you get to the point where you have seedlings, if you have the ability or the capacity to put like one of the little folding out tables, and you can donate your seedlings in your own community as well, and print out little pieces of paper to give information about the plants or the seeds that you have put out for them, so they know what they are. Some of the care for them, because you can do it on just small little pieces of paper, right? If you have the ability, if you have the resources, this is what I'm saying. I don't expect everybody to do it if you don't have the ability. But also, like what you were saying about if they were, close enough and so you don't need enough space, information like that is useful. So just something else to put out there. This is something that has and currently is happening in New Orleans. A lot of community members decided, hey, my neighbor can't get to the library. I can walk to the library, but this is an older person or a disabled person that can't walk, doesn't have a car, so on and so forth, but may be able to get on their porch to have, some kind of garden on their porch or something inside, like all of these types of gardens, some things that we're talking about doing as well. And, trying to make it to where people can become a little bit more food independent, these things. So just an idea, if you have the ability, the resources, hold on 1 second. Answer the phone and tell her hold on 1 second. If you have the ability to do that for your community members as well, that is just something I would like to put out there.
That's great. Thanks, Blue.
You're welcome.
Story.
Hi.
Hello.
I like gardens. I like to garden. I'm going to be moving back into a place that I can garden on the property. Does anyone know what plants I need to plant in the autumn so that I can actually do that? Like, I know there are things you're supposed to do in the autumn.
What zone are
And
you
I'm
in?
just
Do you know?
wondering if I don't know.
So the
So
first thing
if
I
you-
would do is figure out what zone you're in, and then you can figure out what's best for your location, because each zone's gonna be a little different depending on the weather.
Right.
I was gonna say,
I'm in the
on-
Northeast.
On most of the
Um,
packages of seeds nowadays, they do have the hardiness zones on the back of those seed packages. Just for reference.
Let's So without giving your location to me, let's see. Can you tell me the state if you're comfortable? And I can kind of
Sure.
give you a
You
good
know,
idea.
I'm in Western Massachusetts.
The link I put in the chat, I think you should be able to add your zip code and then find out which plantings.
Oh, awesome. I knew this was the right time to ask about gardening.
Let's see.
And the
Says
thing
it on
about
there.
autumn
I can screen
planting
share. Here.
is that autumn is just as important as spring is, but a lot of people overlook it because you're doing less planting and more amending and preparing. So what you want to
Right,
do
right. So I want to think about what I need to do before the ground freezes.
Okay.
Are you talking about
Yeah.
prepping it for the spring? Or are you
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about...
yeah. So that I'm ready to plant, or I know certain like bulb plants or like trees you should plant in the fall.
Mm-hmm.
There's even some food you can plant even now. Leafy
Yeah.
greens. Maybe not you, because you're so north.
I recently last month planted Swiss chard and kale and spinach, and it's coming to fruition now. So I have a salad.
Is it still holding well, even with the
Yeah, it's
colder
gonna
weather?
hold well until about November, and then if I want to, I can put a cold frame over it.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
it
yeah.
can still stay up. Another good thing is, at least in my area, I planted tomato plants in the spring, and then they're still producing now.
Yeah, so are mine. I planted mine late summer, and they're still going. They're still going.
Our
So
tomatoes
what I'm gonna end up
They
doing
just
with
died
mine.
2 days ago.
What I'm gonna end up doing with mine is I'm gonna cover all my gardens, and I'm gonna just I'm gonna take all the plants when time's done. I'm gonna take all the plants and either put them in the compost or I'm gonna mix them into the soil, and then I'm gonna cover them, and I'm gonna let just nature take care of it, and it's gonna sort of cover it all, kind of let it kind of grow, in nutrient ways, decompose, and then in the spring I'm gonna uncover it, and check it. Or in the summer, I'm going to uncover it and check it, make sure it's doing the right things, and then in the spring, you're ready to go, and you don't really have to do a till gardening.
Yeah, use some sort of mulch, like burlap is really simple and easy, or you can use bark if you have access to that. Cardboard even.
Yeah.
I'm using cardboard to kill all my grass to grow clover instead because that's a less invasive cover crop for my yard.
Yeah.
Oh no, I have my own mulch pile and my own compost heap.
Awesome.
That's great.
So yeah, I can do that. I just I don't know, I was taught things by my mom, but I know there are more things. There's always more things you can learn about gardening. Plants are so complex.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely. I'm starting to learn how to take the seeds out and save them for next year. I just did that with a pumpkin earlier yesterday, actually. I'm going to try to save those and hope that they will germinate next year. So
I'm saving a lettuce plant seeds right now. And it was a volunteer lettuce. Like it fell into the cracks in the tiles in my greenhouse and it grew. And I just let it grow and I let it flower because I don't really like lettuce, but I know other people do. So I'm gonna save the seeds.
Yeah, we did.
Donate them. Go ahead.
That's so cool. I love volunteer plants.
Yeah, my tomato plants got scorched by the Texas heat. They didn't even survive.
Oh no.
Yeah.
I grew in Washington State, and I could grow tomato plants by hundreds. Come to Texas, my first 2 tomato plants are like dead.
Oh no.
You gotta grow Texas plants. You gotta learn how to farm cactus.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Y'all talking about growing things, and I'm sitting over here with my fake little plant. Because I can't grow things. I can't keep them alive.
Everyone can. It's a habit. It's a skill.
Snake plants are super easy, and I heard that it takes 6 to 8 for a human. Like if you were stuck in a room and you had 6 to 8 snake plants, you could survive in a sealed room just off those plants. Yeah, those right there. Boom.
I have one on my
Beautiful. And they propagate and they're sold under foliage at big discount warehouses. I got mine for stupid cheap. And like the root, it was all root bound, so I had to like dig the roots out. And I split them out, and we have them all over the house now. Except for
Like
here. I don't have any in here.
talk, and I'm like, I'm killing things.
Also,
snake-
aloe
snake
is really
plants-
good.
Yeah. Aloe's
Aloe
really
is
good too.
good. They love a sunny window and they love a weekly watering. And so one thing that I do, so I have an indicator plant, and my indicator plant is really dramatic. And every time it runs out of water, it shrivels up and it curls up and it looks like it's dead. And then I water it, and in an hour it's fine.
What plant?
It's I can't remember. It's like, I'll show you. 1 second.
I'm gonna
I want to
guess.
know because I want one of those too.
So I use it to tell me when it's time to water.
Yeah.
So I know right now in a
Thanks,
couple
Raph.
days it's gonna be time to water because you see the leaves are curling.
Oh yeah, yeah. Don't they
pink
curl
and
up to
purple.
prevent them from evaporating excessive
Mhm.
moisture or something? That's so.
Yeah, and they're very beautiful. I
That is
love
very
them.
beautiful.
They're like pink and green and white.
I
And so I
this
use
from a
this
flower
one
arrangement.
to tell me when it's time to water my other plants. Because I have a bad habit of overwatering.
Yeah, I do too. I used to get root rot so bad, so bad. I will say I was given a gift of a orchid in 2015.
Oh,
when I
don't
was going
overwater
through
orchids.
when I was going through cancer, and it's still alive. It's still alive. I don't know how. I thought it was going to be dead, and I was like, all right, well, you know what? I'll just bring it outside, and I put it outside on my deck, and it came back, and I'm like, holy shit! And it's been 7 years. It's still here.
Wow.
So I'm like, okay. I just recently repotted it, and it looks to be a little more healthy now. I'm like, oh, okay. Ended up using just bark substrate. That's it.
Also, like, growing plants and growing multiple kinds of plants in your room makes the air noticeably cleaner.
It really does.
I had smoke in my area recently because there was a wildfire, and I'd opened the window for a little while and not realizing that it was smoky. And then I closed it, and within an hour it was clear in my room, and I went upstairs where there's like only 2 plants, and it was like still like it was hazy up there.
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And that's because I have like 15 plants in here. So
My
that's
cats.
one room.
Oh, I have a gardening question.
Yes.
What plants don't cats eat?
That's
cactus?
hard. Cactus
That
and
might
cucumber.
that might teach them.
Yeah. I don't know.
There are some plants that are meant for cats to eat. Like I sometimes grow wheatgrass.
Yep.
That's the direction I go. Is I just plant lots of plants they can have to distract them from the plants they can't have.
Yeah.
But my newest kitten, he will just destroy everything. Yeah, I don't know. I need to just plant stuff outside mostly.
I also have
we got a nice little garden outside. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
So we have contender beans outside. We have pole beans outside. We have I planted on live stream a little while ago a bunch of radishes and turnips and things like that. But I didn't read up on it, so I transplanted them, and they all didn't work out. So I was like, oh well, there you go. That was a lesson learned, but you live and learn, I guess. But our tomato plants are still trucking along. You can always do microgreens. Black oil sunflower seeds are fantastic. Microgreens, they're amazing. You only really need a limited substrate, and you just put them out in one thin, like one high layer of seeds across it. Just keep it watered, and within about a week, you got a full-on salad, and they taste almost just like sunflower seeds without the shell. I love microgreens.
Yeah, I grew up kind of a micro garden. I'm really into like landscape and stuff. Like, you know, like you and me, we both do our engineering different ways. I used to build really huge waterfalls and landscaping to big houses and stuff, you know, with the staircases and the gardens built into all the flower beds, built into the rock walls and everything. And anyways, I learned how to grow grapes really well by doing that. And me and my friends got into wine grapes. And when I was in Europe, because I spent 10 days in Paris, I got this cool trip a friend took me on. Anyways, when we drove through the Lori Valley, I'm such a federal felon, I guess it'd be, or whatever. I stole a big old branch off of one of those French wine plants, and I brought it back in a Ziploc bag, wrapped the base of it in paper towel, stuffed it down in the bottom of my luggage. Didn't even bother going through any kind of whatever it's called, agricultural stuff.
Oh no.
I know, but that's still growing at my dad's house to this day. And that was in 2007.
I really want to get into air layering. Has anyone heard air layering?
With the 7 tiers? Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know about that.
Are you talking about aeroponics?
Nope. Air layering is where you so it's you basically get a tree or a plant to grow roots on a branch. So you take whatever tree you want, it's propagation. So you take a tree, for example, I want to try it on one of the trees out front. We have a well, we got a couple of different ones. Like we have a gardenia that smells amazing around this time of year. So what I want to do is I want to take like a Ziploc bag and fill it full of dirt, and then cut a slit around it, and then take that and encase a root and zip tie it or tie it on somehow, and you let it sit for like 8 weeks, and roots will grow. And then you take that, you lop it off, and you can stick it in a pot, and boom, you propagated yourself. And yeah,
I did. I think I saw that on some video.
Mm-hmm.
They have the dirt in like a Ziploc bag, and they cut the center of the Ziploc bag, and they just wrap the bag around the branch.
Yep, air layering.
Yeah, I did see that. I didn't know that's what it was called, though.
Yep.
I'm sorry, guys, but I think I overheard Mikey give an invitation to his dad's house for wine.
No. My dad's house actually is what's it called? Condemned. Yeah, or not the house. The house itself. My dad's got an old mobile that's on this beautiful piece of property at a private lake.
Okay.
And not on the lake. It's a block from the lake. But anyhow, it's got a beautiful river that runs through it. And they tried sanctioning him, said he couldn't build. Well, you know, which is fine. We can't build certain parts. So we bought a little bit more land. Anyways. So yeah, no, the wine grapes are growing out there. They're gone crazy because I haven't been there since 2 years ago when I went and visit. But yeah, they're still beautiful grapes, wine grapes from France growing out that we could easily harvest, you know, and make some really good wine.
That's cool.
The other ones,
we have a lot of muscadine,
regular grapes.
We have a lot of muscadine grapes that just grow in our forest in our back.
That's
what
the other plant that I have is.
You just look on the ground, make sure the grapes are still whole and don't have any damage on them, and just you can eat them if you're careful. You know, don't put anything in your mouth that you're not 100% certain won't kill you. I really want to learn about mushrooms.
What's the phrase? Don't put anything in your mouth.
Yeah, I had to figure out how to phrase that. I had to pause for a second. We have puffball mushrooms that just popped up in our yard, and from my understanding, there are no other mushrooms that look like puffball mushrooms when they're fully mature, and you can eat every single one of them as long as you cut it open and there's not a mushroom inside it, because sometimes they'll be hollow and I'll have a little mushroom inside it, and that's dangerous. So I wasn't quite there yet this year, so there were like 4 puffball mushrooms, and they were massive. They're like this big, and so I just let them grow, and checked in on them every couple of days, and I noticed that they were starting to spore. I'm like, oh, that's great. And then when I noticed they stopped sporing, I picked them up and I brought them all around the yard and shook them all over.
Nice.
I'm like, yeah, hell yeah, mushrooms. And then I put them in the lawn in different areas, and I ran it over with my lawnmower. And I'm like, yeah, more.
Lots more.
More mushrooms. So, yeah. I still haven't found any chicken of the woods, though, around here. Apparently it's supposed to be pretty prominent here in North Carolina, but I still haven't found any.
Yeah, my dad used to take us out a lot when we were little, going to get chanterelles
Shroom
and morels and
Oh,
all
yeah.
those beautiful mushrooms there in the Pacific Northwest.
That's so cool. Well, y'all, it is 2:22, so I'm gonna stay on for another 8 more minutes. So if anyone else has anything else to add, we're gonna put an 8-minute timer on the clock. Thank you all for coming through and watching and being part of this panel. So I'll open the floor back to y'all if y'all have any closing thoughts.
I'm gonna hop out, but it was really nice hanging out with you all.
Thanks for coming in, friend.
Yeah. Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah. Be safe. Have a good day.
You too.
I might go into the music room and DJ a little bit.
Nice.
Excellent. I'm always in the music room.
Yeah, you are.
But
Oh, I
well,
found a way
I'm
of-
And I promise not to put on anything that's like over 2 hours. That was my first mistake. I'm so sorry.
So
Hey, I
found
put
out
the
you can
Lord of the
actually
Rings
seek
soundtrack on.
in there too. So if you type /seek, you can then
Mhm.
go to different points in whatever. So like if you have a 2-hour thing, you can go to certain points and you can seek to that. I was like, oh, that's cool, because I put in one and Mikey hopped in, and it was like an hour
You're
and
like,
a half. Like
I can't fast
90s.
forward.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, it's Backstreet Boys. I can't fast forward.
I didn't mind. I'll listen to music for hours, all day.
When Mikey was in yesterday, he put in a song. He put in a song, and I was all like, "Oh shit!" And then he got out, and then what was it? So I vote skipped myself.
I tried vote skipping myself. How do you do that? Do you just
As long as you're the only one in the room, you can vote
Right.
yourself.
okay?
You can't
Yeah.
/skip.
No. It's I don't know why it's not working, but yeah, it's the /vote-skip.
Yeah, but can't you type /skip?
I think we've tried, but it didn't work.
Because that works for me, but I don't know if it's
We
'cause
tried that and it did not work for us.
Did
We
not
had
work?
to do the vote thing.
Vote.
Probably because you're
Gotcha.
You're just privileged, Mims.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mims.
Yeah.
Oh, great privilege.
Yeah. What's my server? If I don't like it, I'm gonna take the music server away. No more music channel. It's all mine.
Oh Lord.
Oh man.
I love you guys, just by the way.
Yeah, thank you guys today for helping me out this morning.
Of
I
course.
I needed it. I needed you guys, everybody. Because I'm home alone with my dogs for the next 10 days, and the only person I hear ever talking is the bird.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah, if you
appreciate
ever need
you guys.
somebody to talk to, or just let us know. We can always voice chat over Discord as well.
And
There's-
video chat. There's
Yep,
a video chat server,
absolutely.
Yeah,
one over there,
I've
too.
never used any of that, so I'm still new to all that. This is the most I've video chatted probably in the past 5 years.
This is the most streaming I've ever done. That's great.
Excellent.
Same.
Got to get our words out there. Got to let
Yeah.
people know.
Yeah, we've had
We
like
lot
10
of
people.
compassion.
We had like 10 people sitting here watching on YouTube. Hey, YouTube, I see you in there. Still got 3 people in there. Yeah, it's amazing. And then tomorrow, actually not tomorrow, but probably the next day, on Thursday, we're gonna do streaming on TikTok again. But
wow,
since TikTok is being a little
finicky,
regulatory.
I don't know. You know what I mean. I don't even have to say anything. You
It's
know
being. We'll just say that it's being a little Stanley.
it's being a little Andrew Stanley. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking, but they won't be able to hear the panel unless they join us on YouTube. And then on Friday, we're going to have a vibe day. So unless there's something big that happens, unless a community member has something that we need to chat about, which we absolutely will, unless there's a big world event or a countrywide event or something, that will probably be our dedicated chill vibe day. And what we'll do is we'll probably come in on YouTube for a little bit, say hey, and then we're going to all plop ourselves into the Discord music room, and we're going to stream the entirety on TikTok, because TikTok allows music. So we'll all be able to contribute, and then depending on how that goes, we can end up doing like a 90s throwback on one
Nice.
day. Or we can do like
2000s hits.
Yeah, or we'll have exactly.
Golden
we'll have,
oldies.
like hardcore metal, or we'll have whatever. So yeah.
Hey,
fun-
well,
fun stuff.
I'll play you guys the song I wrote my wife from beginning to end.
Sounds great.
It's always easier for me to do it that way instead of starting in the middle or starting in a certain part. But it's about a 2.5, maybe 3 minute song. I don't know. Your standard song.
You should say 2 to 3 hour song to get people to go.
Look, Hotel California seems that way. Like it's freaking 2-3 hours long.
You know how many times I've been asked to play that, and I'm like, I did not want to learn it. I don't even know how to play it because I didn't want to learn it. Everybody else is like, oh, dude, I'll play some Hotel California. I'm like, okay, whatever.
There's only like 3 chords in there.
Exactly, but it's the progression of those chords.
That's
that
true.
makes it into the long, boring, sometimes song that it can be.
Oh my god! So I now have an idea of a song to play. So the Australian Axis of Awesome, like they actually have a song called what's it called? 4 Chords, and they feature. It's a whole entire what do they call it? A whole entire medley of all the songs that include those very same chords.
I seen something like that.
I love it.
I saw a YouTube video or a TikTok video where it was a group of musicians that regularly play together. What they ended up doing is they picked a tempo and they picked a chord, and then they played individually at their own house, and then they brought it together on a mixer, and it actually sounded not bad. It sounded better than I expected.
Wow, like a collaboration.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah. So,
excellent.
It's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
so I like
But they even
the
have a
vibe.
vocalist go too, and the vocalist sang on it too, and I was like, oh shit, okay, that's kind of cool.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, y'all. I think we should let Mims go so he can.
Yep, we'll let you go, ma'am.
Don't you have to
Got
pick
1
up?
minute left.
Uno momento.
Oh no! Don't you have to pick up the kiddo?
We can say a lot in a minute.
We could say a lot in a minute.
Right.
Holy shit, Nick's sitting down. Not doing
I know.
anything? Taking a break?
I'm taking a break.
Homesteading's rough, man. It's just constant.
I know.
Man. It's constant.
I still gotta go out there. I gotta weed, and actually, I think that's all I'm gonna do today.
Yeah. Hey, anyone know how easy, humane way of getting rid of field mice?
Field mice?
I have a cat.
You have a cat.
I have an outdoor cat. I have an outdoor cat and I have an indoor cat. So
Yeah, we have barn cats for that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We also recently found a raccoon that's been getting into our bird seed, our chicken feed, because we have.
They'll do that. Yep.
And I think I know. Oh, this might actually work with the mouse too. So so birds don't react to capsaicin. I think I'm saying that right. They don't have that spice on their tongue. So I'm just gonna add some spicy shit in their feed, and maybe that'll stop the raccoons.
Yeah, probably, huh?
Work.
Add a little bit of a little bit of chili powder. Add a little bit of cinnamon to keep the ants away too, and I might call it done.
That's kind of it's kind of crazy that we really don't get a lot of raccoons. We get possums, but they don't really. They're more at mom's side of the never really up here for some reason. They'll be out in the woods, but they don't like come around my house or anything.
Yeah.
So
I've seen scoops out of our chicken feed because we hatched our own eggs, which was stupid because we got like 16 and 14 were roosters.
Damn.
So we had rooster a lot, and we got 2 roosters left. Every time they fought, I would send my dogs in and break them up. So now they just don't fight; they just exist. But they're outside of the pen, and I have inside a pen which is completely encased with like hardware cloth, so nothing's getting in there. But...
See, we only got hens. That's all we got. We didn't want no rooster. We had 6 hens, and well, I think two of them got caught by hawks.
Yeah.
Actually, I think 3 got caught by hawks, and then I think another one just ran off somewhere. Don't know where it went. We'll assume that another hawk got that one. And then we had 2 for the longest time, and we kept them just until recently. Now they're just next door at the neighbor's house because he's got turkey, he's got guinea, he has our chickens, he's got chickens, he's got a rooster down there. Like, he's got a lot of things down there.
Guinea hens are great, but they're just loud.
Yeah,
They're so
that's what they like. That's why I let them. They roam in my like little area, and these like unless I go like if I step outside, they'll start like talking to me. Yeah. But usually they just like to just roam around, and just eat around on property and stuff like that, and hey, I don't mind them. Yeah. I let them just do what they do.
Yeah. All right, y'all.
Hey guys.
I love y'all so much. Y'all have a fantastic day. I will see y'all tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Love
so
y'all.
Much love to all y'all. Thank you, YouTube world. Thank you, YouTube, for hosting us. Thank you, all panelists. Check out Jasmine Sherman 2024. Excuse me. And if you want to be part of our Discord, we do have a Discord. It is $5 monthly subscription to Ko-fi. And we have a lot. We even have a recipe channel now. So we got a lot of cool stuff going on there. So everyone have a fantastic day. So much love to all of y'all. And I will see y'all soon. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.